Well, hello there and welcome to the Web Monkey Show. My name is Alex, and before I go any further, let me just say that I hope you're staying safe and well wherever you are. We are, of course, in the midst of a global pandemic, and I hope you're doing well. Me personally, I'm doing okay. I've been in a lockdown for the past couple of weeks, but during that time, I have been able to finish this mega tutorial on WooCommerce 4.0. Yes, together, we're going to build ourselves a full WooCommerce store, and this is the store you're looking at right now. This is a store that sells clothes, but don't worry, if you want to build a store that sells other kinds of products, maybe it's toys, electronics, cooking utensils, no matter what, you will still benefit from this tutorial, because in here, I'm going to cover everything you need to know about building your WooCommerce store. I'll cover everything from shipping to payment gateways to refunds to coupons to design to everything you've ever needed to know about building yourself a store. I'll cover it in here. So we will be making use of the OceanWP theme. It has a paid version, but don't worry, for the most part of this course, we'll be using the free version. So don't worry about that. And of course, we will be making use of a variety of plugins to build this site, many of which have paid versions, but again, don't worry, we will use the free version, so you don't need to spend any money at all to build yourself this particular site. We will be making use of the Gutenberg page builder. I know most of you don't like Gutenberg, but trust me, Gutenberg has made some good improvements over the past few months, and it's a much better page builder plugin than it was when it first came out. So we will use Gutenberg to build out this entire store. If you are an Elementor user, I do have a WooCommerce Elementor tutorial. I covered everything in there. Check the link in the description box below if you're interested in that. But basically, this mega tutorial is going to be in four main sections. Okay, so section one will be all about hosting, getting yourself a domain, installing WordPress. If you already know all of that, you can go straight to section two, where I will cover WooCommerce now. Together, we'll install WooCommerce, we'll customize WooCommerce. I'll show you how you can create shipping zones, shipping classes, install payment gateways like PayPal, Stripe. I will, of course, show you how you can create yourself different kinds of products and how you can add the descriptions, how you can add pricing, how you can add gallery images, everything you need to know. And then, of course, we'll work with coupons and so much more. And then section three is going to be all about design. With OceanWP and Gutenberg, we're going to build ourselves this rather nice looking website. So everything you need to know about design, I'll cover it in there. And then finally, in section four, we will enhance the functionality of our store. So in there, I'll show you how you can work with refunds. Okay, I'll show you how you can provide different kinds of functionalities, like having your customers being able to share your products on their social media platforms, how they can choose the delivery dates for their orders, how they can track their orders, how they can do so many things. Okay, everything you've ever needed to know about building a WooCommerce store, I will have it covered in here. I know I'm very, very excited about this, because this is a tutorial which I believe will be one of the best you've ever taken when it comes to WooCommerce. So a few things to mention. Many of the plugins I will be using in here, I am an affiliate for them for the paid versions. So if you're ever going to buy any of the plugins or even buy the OceanWP theme, please do use my affiliate links in the description box below. What that means is that if you buy them using my affiliate link, I will get a small commission. It's a great way to support me and support what I'm doing here on this channel. So without wasting any more time, let's get started. Let's build ourselves a full WooCommerce store. In order to have yourself a live store on the internet, you're going to need hosting of some sorts, and the hosting company I can recommend would be SiteGround. In my humble opinion, they are the best. I have been hosting with them for nearly 8 years now, and I have never had a cause to complain. They have awesome services for free, and the customer support is simply fantastic. I even wrote an extensive article on my blog about why they are the best web hosting company in the world. It's not just me. People all around the world love SiteGround, and I would highly, highly recommend that you go with them. Now, to be transparent, I am an affiliate for SiteGround, which means I promote them, and if people buy their hosting with my link, I'll get a small commission. But trust me when I say that I can stake my entire reputation on these guys. These guys are legit. These guys have awesome services. Now, to buy hosting with them, I will have my affiliate link in the description box below. So if you want to buy hosting with them, please use my link. When you click on the link, you'll get to this page right here. And what you want to do is you can just go with the WordPress hosting. They do have WooCommerce hosting, but it's pretty much the same thing. So you can click on either WordPress hosting or WooCommerce hosting. You click on Get Started. And then from here, you do have access to the 3 different types of packages they offer for you. They've got Startup, Grow Big, and Go Geek. The recommended will be Grow Big, because with Grow Big, you can have unlimited number of websites on the same account. Plus, it's only $6 per month, so it's pretty cheap. So when you choose with the Grow Big, just go ahead, click on the Get Plan, and then you will have to either register a domain you currently have. By the way, if you have a domain on another web host, SiteGround can do the transfer for you absolutely free. Just contact them. So if you already have a domain, just click on I already have a domain. You come in here, you type in that out, and then you proceed. Or you can choose to register yourself a brand new domain, and you can get that for just $15.95 per year. So let's say, for example, I'm just going to come in here and type in something rather ridiculous. Okay, just as an example. So from here, all you need to do is just come in here, add your account information, make the payment, and then over here where you have the data center, this is very, very important because they do have access to 4 different data centers. Choose the one that's closest to where you are physically, because that will make your site load a bit faster. I'm in Thailand currently, and that's why Singapore was chosen for me. But if you're in the US, go with US. If you're in Asia, go with Singapore. If you're in the Europe, you go with the UK or Europe, and so on and so forth. And then once that's done, you could choose to go with domain privacy and the site scanner, but these are not necessary. After that, all you need to do is just come in here and then pay, and you would be good to go. You would receive an email from SiteGround with your account login details, your account information, and that's that. Now, if you don't want to buy hosting and you want to build your site locally on your computer, I do have 2 tutorials for you on my YouTube channel. One is how to install WordPress locally with XAMPP. So you can check that out. And then eventually, if you now want to transfer your site from local to live installation, I also have a tutorial on that. It's XAMPP to live server full tutorial. You can check those ones out as well. So that's it. Thank you for watching. Let me now show you how you can install WordPress and work with the SiteGround control panel. All right, so for the next few videos, I'm going to show you a few things you can do with the SiteGround control panel. I'm going to show you how you can install WordPress, create domains, subdomains, how you can add SSL, and also how you can create an email account. But let's first start off with creating a temporary domain with which you can use with the rest of this particular course. So I'm going to go ahead now and log in to the back end. Let me just go ahead and add my password. And okay, so with SiteGround, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to websites, and I'm just going to go ahead now and click on new website. And there are different ways how you can go about this. You can buy a whole new domain, transfer an existing domain, or just go with a temporary domain. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to go with a temporary domain. So I'm going to click on select, and there you go. SiteGround will automatically create a temporary domain for you. I'm going to go ahead now, click on continue, and I'll just say skip and create empty site. I'll just go ahead and hit finish. Now, this typically takes about 2 minutes to finish. So what I'll do right now is I'll simply pause the video and resume once the creation has been completed. Welcome back. And as you can see right now, it says you're all set. So from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight to the manage site, click in there. And then from here, let's go ahead now and install WordPress. So to install WordPress is actually pretty easy. You would see WordPress right here. Click on WordPress, click on install and manage. Now, depending on what you're doing, if you're going to be creating an e-commerce store with WooCommerce, then simply go ahead and choose select for WordPress plus WooCommerce. Otherwise, you can just go ahead and click on select for WordPress. All right, I'm going to click on select for WordPress. And then in here, you can uncheck the install with the startup plugin for a quick setup. You can uncheck that. And then for the admin info, simply add a username you're going to use and also add a password that will be using to log into the back end of WordPress. This is very, very important, by the way. And then email, make sure you add a real email. And that's pretty much it. So just go ahead now and hit install. And voila, there you go. Let's just wait for a few more seconds. And there you go. WordPress has been installed. I can click on view site right now. And there you go. This is our WordPress website. In addition to creating temporary domains with SiteGround, you could also do something known as creating a subdomain. So what exactly is a subdomain? Now let's take a look at this site right here. It's called thelonenomad.com. And yes, I know this is not a complete site, it's just a sample site. But then note that this domain is actually a real domain. This is not a temporary domain, this is an actual real domain. But take a look at this other site, blog.thelonenomad.com. You can see right here that thelonenomad.com is in use. However, there is an extension which is blog.thelonenomad.com. This right here is a subdomain of thelonenomad.com. So in addition to blog.thelonenomad.com, I could have something like store.thelonenomad.com, news.thelonenomad.com, and so on. So basically, subdomains are like extensions of a primary domain, but yet are able to stand alone as an independent website. Basically, they can have different content, different functionality from the main domain. So basically, subdomains are useful when you have just one domain, but then you want to create different kinds of websites from that one single domain. So again, I can come in here right now, make thelonenomad.com like a simple blog and so on. And then I could come into, let's say, our store, thelonenomad.com, and make that one like an e-commerce site. Basically, it's two different websites, but they share the same primary domain. So that's what a subdomain is, and that's how you can make use of a subdomain. So how can you create a subdomain? Well, let's do this. I'm going to go over again to the back end. And now where we have domain, I'm going to click on subdomains right there. And now in here, note that alexandero7.sg has already been selected. So I'll just come in here right now under name and then simply choose the extension. So in this case right now, it's going to be blog. And I'll just go ahead now, click on create. And that is pretty much it. That's all you need to do to create a subdomain. And to install WordPress on the subdomain is very easy. Again, go back to WordPress, go to install and manage, choose WordPress, and you come down in here. And then where you have the domain, simply choose blog.alexander, your main domain, and then simply uncheck this box right here, add your admin info, password, and then simply go ahead and install WordPress. So that's how to create a subdomain and also install WordPress on the subdomain. Let's talk about some security and specifically how you can add something known as SSL to your website. Now you must be wondering, of course, what exactly is SSL? Let's take a look at my temporary domain right here. I am using the Google Chrome browser, but regardless of the browser you're using, you should see some sort of message up here where you have the URL. And for Chrome, it says not secure. Now, if I click on the button right there, it says your connection to this site is not secure. You should not enter any sensitive information on this site, for example, passwords or credit cards, because it could be stolen by attackers, right? Okay, let's take a look at Amazon. Now, instead of not secure, you can see this padlock right there. And if I click on it, it says connection is secure. Your information, such as passwords, credit cards, is private when it's sent to this site. In other words, whenever you go to Amazon.com and you provide your credit card details, that information is encrypted, meaning that if a hacker was somehow able to get their hands on your credit card numbers, those numbers will be encrypted in such a way that the hacker will not be able to understand or really decrypt what those numbers are, basically. So in other words, your information is encrypted, it's secure, no one will be able to crack them. Unfortunately, on my site right here, if anyone came to this site right now and provided their email address or any kind of sensitive information, hackers will easily be able to steal that information. So this is where SSL comes into play. SSL basically is the protocol that encrypts all the information provided on your website. And it is extremely important because not only does it help to guarantee the safety of the information of your customers, your clients, but also search engines like Google would actually reward you if they see that, okay, your site is secure. Google and other search engines don't like sites that are not secure. So it's very, very important that you get SSL on your site. So how exactly would you do this? Well, again, let's go back to the SiteGround cPanel. And now over here where you have security, I'm going to click in there and you have the SSL manager. I'm going to click on SSL manager. And then I'm simply going to choose the domain. In this case right now, it's going to be, of course, Alexander07. And then for the SSL, please go ahead and choose Let's Encrypt. However, Let's Encrypt wildcard means that, hey, if you create any subdomains from this main domain, those ones too will also have SSL. So in fact, it depends on you. If you plan on creating subdomains from this main domain, then of course use the encrypt wildcard. But if you're saying, hey, I'm not going to create subdomains, I'm only going to use this one single domain, then you can go with the Let's Encrypt. So just for the purposes of this video, I'll choose Let's Encrypt. And that's it. I'm going to go ahead now, click on Get. And this may take a few seconds. It typically doesn't take too long. So let's just see. I'll wait for like 10 seconds. And if it hasn't finished, then I'll pause the video. But it should have completed in the next few seconds. Okay, so it says your request is being processed. Let's just wait for a few more seconds. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I really don't want to pause the video. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Let me just go ahead and close Amazon. I'm not doing any shopping today. Come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, maybe I might need to pause the video, but it really doesn't usually take this long. I don't know why. Maybe because it knows that I'm recording. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, come on. Okay, I guess I'll just have to pause the video and I'll resume once the process has... oh, well. Just as I was about to pause the video, it finished. Okay, so now it says Let's Encrypt is now installed. Awesome. Now you can click on configure HTTPS. You can click in there and this will take you to like a whole new tutorial where you can ensure that even though your site now is running SSL, your site actually runs the SSL. What I mean is that sometimes, even though you've added SSL, your website may still not recognize that fact. So as an example, even though right now you can see it says over here that the encrypt certificate is active, if I go to my site, let's just refresh and see what happens. Now you can see it's still saying not secure. It's still saying not secure, not secure. So if you have this kind of situation, what you can do is you can go over to the very next tab in here known as the HTTPS enforce. Basically, what this does is that it forces the website where you've installed SSL on to run through SSL. It's basically you laying down the hammer saying, hey, look, website, I have installed SSL on you, now run SSL basically, right? So I'm going to go over here right now and simply turn it on right here where you have HTTP enforce. Let's go back to my site. Let's refresh the page. And now you can see that the status has changed. Now it's saying the connection is secure. So you don't always have to do HTTPS enforce. Sometimes your domain will immediately accept SSL and start running SSL. Other times it may not. So just in a situation where you're having this issue with SSL not running, simply come over to HTTPS enforce and then turn on HTTPS enforce. So that's it for adding SSL. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. All right, one final thing to mention before we continue would be how to create a professional email account for your website. Now, obviously, if you're creating an e-commerce store or your website is a business website, then you want to have a real business email address associated with your account, right? It's not going to make sense for you to be using Gmail or Yahoo. It's just not going to be professional. So how do you create a professional email account for your website? Well, it's simple. We're going to go over here to email in the back end. We're going to click on accounts. Now, you cannot create an email account with a temporary domain. So what I will do here is I'm going to switch over to a real domain, which is the lownomad.com. And now to create the account, it's very easy. Where I have the account name, I'm just going to go ahead now and say, let's say Alex, right? Alex at the lownomad.com. And I'm going to go ahead now and add my password. Let's go ahead now, click on create, and there you go. We've easily created the email account. Now, how do you actually access your email account? Well, over here, where you have actions, you can click on the three buttons right there, and then you'll see login to webmail. You click on that, and this will take you to like a whole new page, and then automatically you have logged in. But there is a question though. Do you now have to always log into SiteGround and then come over here before you can access your email account? Well, thankfully, no, you don't have to. However, there is a process we'll have to go through to make this entire process a lot easier. Here's the thing, okay? I'm going to go ahead now and simply, let me just quickly do this. I'm going to go ahead now, grab this URL, and I'll just, let's go to lownomad.com, okay? This is my site. Now, ideally, I can do something like this. I can just say / and then webmail, click enter, and then this should take me to the page where I can actually log in. But how do we actually do this? Let's do this, okay? I'm going to go back to the email account that's been opened, and I'm going to grab everything right here. Where I have run cube, I'll grab everything over here. Let's copy this, okay? Now, let's go back to the back end, and I'm gonna go over to where you have domain, and then on the domain, I'm gonna go over to redirect, okay? Let's click in there. Now, what I'm gonna do is, I have the domain selected, the lownomad.com. I'm gonna add / webmail. By the way, you can customize this. Like you can say email account, whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be webmail, but I'm going to use webmail in here. And then I'm going to paste what we copied right in here. Basically, I am telling SiteGround that, hey, whenever I access lownomad.com / webmail, take me to the email account associated with my website, okay? Make sure this is set to permanent, 301. Gonna go ahead now, click on create, and there you go. So now let's try this again. I'm gonna come in here, refresh the page, and there you go. I have now automatically logged in, as you can see, and I can actually log out from here. All I will need to do here is just to add my username, my password, and I'm logged in, and there you go. It's as simple as that. And by the way, you can also use a different kind of email software, basically. This is Roundcube. You can go back over here. Let's go back to accounts. And then over here where you have actions, where you have the three dots, click in there. And you can go to the mail configuration. Over here where you have default webmail, you can go with hard. Click on select right there, confirm. But then let's actually come back here and refresh. I'm not sure if, okay, this will still work, but you can come in here right now and change this one to heard. Press enter. And this will take you to like a whole different, as you can see right now, this is a different email software, and you can just log in, username, password, and so on. However, personally though, I prefer using the Roundcube instead rather than heard. So I'll just come back in here and switch this back to the Roundcube. Roundcube, I believe, is a lot better. It's a lot more easier to use. Let's confirm that. And there you go. So that's how to create a professional email account for your website. All right, so let's get this show started, and let's go ahead and install WooCommerce on our WordPress website. Now, this is the store I'm going to be working with, or the website rather. It's called The Cool Store. Cool clothes for every man and woman. All right, so I'm going to come over here where I have the URL, add a / and then WP-admin. That's to take us to the back end. And then from here, I'm going to go ahead now and simply add my username, which is called store, and of course my password. And I'm going to log in to the back end. This is going to take a few more seconds. Unfortunately, my internet service has been kind of wacky this past few days, so I do apologize for the delay. All right, so we've gotten access to the back end. So I'm going to come over here to where I have the plugins, and I'm going to go ahead now and add new plugin. And now over here, I'm going to go ahead and type in WooCommerce, and let's see what we have. All right, so we've got WooCommerce right here. I'm going to go ahead and now install. And after installing, I'm going to go ahead now and activate the plugin. All right. That's pretty much the standard for WordPress. You install the plugin and then you activate the plugin. All right. So this is the new setup wizard for WooCommerce 4.0. So I'm going to go ahead and click on yes, please to get started with the installation. Okay, so from here, I'm simply going to come down over here and I'm going to click on this link down here that says proceed without Jetpack and WooCommerce services. Now, Jetpack and WooCommerce services do offer you additional functionality like security, speed, and things like that. But in all honesty, I personally don't like Jetpack because I feel that it actually slows down your site, and many of the services you can get them from other plugins. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed without Jetpack and WooCommerce services. All right, I'm going to ignore this and simply click on continue. And all right, so in here right now, I'm just going to add an address, and I'm going to go ahead and choose the United States, and I'm going to come all the way down here to Maryland, and I'm going to go ahead and click on continue. All right, so from here, we have to choose what industry our store operates in. In here, I'm going to go with fashion, apparel, and accessories, obviously. So I'm going to click on continue. And then what type of products will be listed? Well, mostly physical products. And I'm going to click on continue. How many products do you plan to sell? Let's say between 11 and 100. Currently selling elsewhere? No. All right. In here, we've got 3 additional options for Facebook marketing, MailChimp, and Google Shopping. I'm going to go ahead and uncheck these 2, but I'll leave the MailChimp option on because we're going to build a list with MailChimp. So I'm going to click on continue. And because we've chosen to activate the MailChimp, the plugin is going to be installed for us automatically. I'll show you in just a moment. And from here right now, we have to choose a theme that we're going to work with. We'll use a different theme later, but for now, let's go ahead and use the storefront theme. This is actually the theme provided by WooCommerce themselves. So I'm going to click on choose. And you can see right there, it says storefront was installed and activated on your site. And this will bring you automatically to this page. And it says, woohoo, you're almost there. Let's click on continue. And there you go. Pretty much finished the basic installation of WooCommerce. And we can now go ahead and begin to make some other changes. But if I come down here to plugins, I just want to show you something real quick. From here, you will notice that we now have the MailChimp for WooCommerce plugin already active on our site because we chose to allow WooCommerce to install the plugin on our behalf. All right. From here right now, you would also see WooCommerce and you will see Analytics. Analytics, this is the new feature provided with WooCommerce 4.0, where you can track things like your revenue, number of products sold, things like that. We'll take a look at that a bit later. But from WooCommerce over here, I'm going to jump down here to where you have settings. I'll click in there. And basically from here, you have your store address which you can always modify. And then general options in here. I'll recommend that you fill this out truthfully. So you're selling to all countries or you're selling to very specific countries, things like that, shipping locations as well. The default customer location, you can go with geolocate, which would involve mapping, but you can just stick with the shop-based address for now. You can change this later on. You can enable tax rates and calculations if you want to, but for the purposes of this video, I'm not going to be working with tax rates, so I'll just leave this box unchecked. We will be working with coupon codes. I will show you how to work with them. So we'll keep this box checked. And then you can calculate coupon code discounts sequentially. So basically, you can see the explanation in here. When applying multiple coupons, apply the first coupon to the full price and then the second coupon to the discounted price and so on. This is very unusual. I haven't seen too many stores that apply this kind of system. But hey, if you want to go ahead and do that, by all means, just check this box, and that will be that. And of course, currency options, you can choose your currency, the position, things like that. Let's go back up here. And okay, so that's pretty much it for the basic installation of WooCommerce. During the very next video, we'll now go ahead and begin to create our shipping zones. Welcome back. In the previous video, we successfully installed WooCommerce, but now it is time to create shipping zones for our customers. So to do this, I'm going to click on the shipping tab right there. And from here, I'm going to click on add shipping zone. So because we're based in Maryland, the United States, I'm going to go ahead and add the very first one called Maryland. And then where you have zone regions, check this out. I'm going to go with USA. Maryland first, Maryland. And then you can see right here, Maryland, United States. I'm going to choose that one. So basically, the idea here is I want to create free shipping for all customers within Maryland. All right, so to do that, you will see this button here that says add a shipping method. Now, if you click on shipping method, right here, you've got three basic options. You can go with either the flat rate, free shipping, or local pickup. I'm going to go with the free shipping first of all. Let's click on add the shipping method. Okay, this should pop up. All right, so here it is right now, free shipping. So you can click on edit right here. And basically over here, you can set some sort of a requirement that needs to be fulfilled before free shipping can be offered. So you can go with a valid free shipping coupon, a minimum order amount, or a coupon, a minimum order amount, and a coupon. I'm not going to go with any one of these options. As long as you're based in Maryland, I'm going to ship you the product for free. So I'm going to go with none available and save changes. And there you go. So I'm going to go ahead and add one more shipping method, which would be, well, it's not really shipping, it's actually local pickup. So if customers are within Maryland, they can always come down to the store and pick it up. So I'll just go with local pickup and add the shipping method. And that's pretty much it for customers in Maryland. Now, you could also limit to specific zip codes if you want to. So you've got this link right here. You click in there, and you can just simply come in here and begin to add the zip codes if you want to be more specific with your local deliveries if you wanted to. Let me just go ahead and click outside of this. All right, so we'll just leave Maryland, United States. I'm going to go back to my shipping zones. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to create another shipping zone now for the rest of the United States. So let's click on add shipping zone. And we'll call this United States. And let's also say and Canada. All right. It's a neighboring country. So we'll come in here right now, type in United States. We'll also add Canada as well. So for all customers within Canada and United States, we're going to provide them with a new shipping method. So let's go ahead and now click on add shipping method. And now we're going to go with the flat rate. So let's click on add shipping method. Okay, so from here right now, I'm going to go ahead and click on edit for the flat rate. So in here, you've got the option of providing tax for the shipping or none. I'm going to go with none. So for the cost in here, let's go with $29.99. I think that's a fair amount. So let's go ahead and save our changes. And that's basically it. So we can offer a flat rate of $29.99 to anyone based in Canada or the United States. Let's go ahead and add another shipping zone. And this one is basically going to be for, let's say for Europe. All right. Let's add Europe, or better, let's go with South America. How about that? South America, because South America is closer to the United States than Europe is. So we'll go with South America. And then select regions. I'm going to go with simply South America. And there you go. So let's go ahead now and add a shipping method, flat rate again. And this time, this is going to be a bit more expensive. We'll go with, let's say, $49.99 for this one. All right, $49.99. Let's save our changes. And there you go. All right, so if we go back to the shipping zones, in here, you can see we've created 3: Maryland for local, United States and Canada, and then South America. And then finally in here, you do have a default shipping zone created automatically, which is the locations not covered by your other zones. So in this case right now, you're looking at other countries, let's say like, for example, those in Europe, those in Africa, Asia, Australia. We haven't even actually added for Central America or even Mexico, but we'll just ignore those for now. I mean, if you're building your wheel store, you can go ahead and, of course, add those to your shipping zones. But for the purposes of this lesson, you understand perfectly what I'm trying to do here. So we'll ignore those. We'll just come down in here right now, click on Manage Shipping Methods for the rest of the world. And all right, I'm going to go ahead and add a shipping method, flat rates. Let's go ahead, add that one. And we'll just make this one $59.99. Okay, $59.99. There you go. Let's save our changes. And that's basically it. Okay, so we do now have 4 shipping zones: Maryland, United States and Canada, South America, and then the rest of the world. In here, you've got shipping options. Click in there. And in here right now, you can make some further customization. So for example, enable the shipping calculator on the cart page, or you can hide shipping costs until an address is entered. I prefer the hide shipping costs until an address is entered. And then shipping destination, basically it defaults to the customer's billing address, which is the usual setup. So we'll go ahead and keep that one. And that's basically it. I'm going to go ahead now, save my changes. And there you go. So that's it. We've successfully created our shipping zones. Join me in the very next video where I'll show you how to create shipping classes. Welcome back. Hope you're having a great day. Now in the previous video, we successfully created our shipping zones for Maryland, United States and Canada, South America, and the rest of the world. Now before I talk about shipping classes and what they are, I'm going to make some changes because over here we've got flat rate for United States and Canada, flat rate for South America, flat rate for the rest of the world. I want to change the names so that they are more descriptive. So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead now, click on Edit for United States and Canada. And then for the flat rate, I'm going to go ahead and click on Edit. And let's just change this to something called, let's say, domestic rate. Okay. Let's go ahead, save our changes. Let's go back to the shipping zones, and I'm going to change the one for South America as well. Let's edit. So let's just say South America rate, I guess. Save changes, and then finally, of course, for the rest of the world, let's click on Manage Shipping Methods over here. And I guess over here, we'll just call this the international rate, right? International rate. Let's go ahead, save our changes. And okay, so now let's talk about shipping classes and what exactly are they? What is a shipping class? Now to explain this, I'm going to come over here to Amazon and take a look at this. Okay, we've got plastic cups, all right? But we also have glass cups. Now, obviously, when it comes to shipping glass products will be more expensive than shipping a plastic cup because glass cups obviously are very sensitive products, right? They can break easily, they're fragile. Plastic cups, on the other hand, don't require as much care. So as a business, you might want to charge a bit more for products that fall under a certain kind of category. This is where shipping classes come into play. So you can create special shipping classes for maybe products that are very heavy, products that are very expensive, products that are very fragile, and then add extra charges to ship those than the regular products. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and close Amazon and let's come over here to WooCommerce. And let's add a very first shipping class. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead in here, add shipping class. And for this name, let's just go ahead and say delicate, just as an example, right? So for my reference, I will say wristwatches and jewelry, all right? Jewelry. Okay, so these are going to be the two categories of products that will be a bit more expensive to ship because they are expensive products. So let's save the shipping class for delicate. All right. Now, if I go back to my shipping zones, and then I come down, let's start off with United States and Canada first of all, okay? If I click on edit in here, where you have the domestic rate, if I go ahead now and click on edit, take a look at this now. Over here, you now have the special category now for the shipping class costs that has been produced. So for the delicate shipping class cost, so any product that falls under the delicate class, how much would you like to charge to ship them to customers within the United States and Canada? I could easily come in here right now and say, okay, $49.99, right? However, there are more sophisticated ways of charging for such products. Over here, under the WooCommerce documentation, specifically for shipping costs, in here, you have the advanced costs. So you've got placeholders, basically variables you can use for your calculations. You've got quantity, and then you've got fee. And then under fee, you can add additional arguments like percentage, minimum fee, maximum fee. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. So we have this calculation in here, this formula basically, and it's basically saying, first of all, you would charge a base shipping cost of $10 plus $2 for each item in the cart. That's how you can do this with this formula. There's an even more advanced formula in here where basically you can charge a base shipping cost of $20 first plus 10% of the total order, which is at least $4. So with these variables in here, quantity fee, percent, minimum fee, maximum fee, you can be very flexible with how you want to charge for your delicate items when it comes to shipping them. So I'm going to go ahead and simply grab the very first option in here. Let's copy that. Let's come back down in here. And I'm going to go ahead now and paste this. I'll make some changes. So rather than just $10, I will now say $20 for the base shipping fee, and then an additional $10 for every item being shipped. For the no shipping class cost, we'll keep this at $29.99. The cost, we no longer need this, so we can remove that one. So this is how it's going to work right now. So any orders that are delicate shipped to customers within United States and Canada, this is how much we'll charge them. And then for the regular products that don't have the delicate shipping class, $29.99 for them. Now, finally, in here, you've got the calculation type. Are you going to go with per class or per order? The idea here being that, okay, what if a customer in Canada buys 3 products that fall under the delicate class, but then also buys 5 products that fall under the regular class or don't have any class at all? How would you calculate the total cost? Are you going to go by class and then say, okay, we'll charge shipping for each shipping class individually, or you will simply use the most expensive shipping class? Now, obviously, going per class will be more expensive because now you'll calculate based on, all right, how much for the delicate costs and then how much for the non-delicate cost, and then combine both to give the total cost. Per order, you simply say, okay, we'll just charge you with the delicate shipping cost because that's the most expensive class. So this really depends on how you want to go about this. I'm going to go ahead and simply choose the per class. I'm sorry, per order. All right. Let's go ahead, save our changes. And there you go. Awesome. All right. Let's go back to the shipping zones. And let's come back down here to Maryland. And why? Because right now, as it is, we're offering free shipping to all customers within Maryland, right? But do you still want to offer free shipping to your customers in Maryland if they order your delicate items? I don't think so. So to fix this, we're going to come back down in here right now. And we're simply going to remove the free shipping. So no more free shipping for our customers within Maryland. Okay, we've solved one problem here whereby customers who want to receive their products, their delicate products in Maryland, they will have to pay. But then what now happens to the customers who live in Maryland and ordered products that are not delicate? We still want to offer them free shipping. What do we do? I don't know. I'm joking. I know. What we're going to do is we're going to add another shipping method, call it the flat rate, add that method. And now in here, let's go ahead and edit. So from here right now, I'm going to come in here right now and say, okay, for the delegate shipping class cost, let's go with the regular $10 and then $2 for every item in the cart. And then for the no shipping class cost, 0. That's basically going to be it, 0. And then calculation type, we'll just go with per order. And there you go. So this way right now, we can offer free shipping to our customers in Maryland who are ordering just the regular products, but then we can now also charge them if they're ordering the delicate products. So there you go. I'm going to go ahead now, save my changes. And there you go. So that's it for shipping classes. Join me in the very next video where I'll talk about some more shipping classes. Welcome back. In the previous video, we successfully created shipping classes for the delicate products. However, I do have one question for you. As it is right now, we do have the special fee of $20 and then $10 for every item for the delicate shipping class for our customers within United States and Canada, right? But what if you wanted to offer free shipping for certain kinds of products to our customers in the United States and Canada? How would you do that? How would you be able to offer free shipping for certain kinds of products to our customers within the United States and Canada? I'm going to pause the video right now and give you a few moments to think about it. Okay, so have you thought about it? Well, if you have, I'm going to tell you the answer right now. And it's pretty simple. You create a shipping class. It really is that easy. So let's just go ahead right now, click on shipping classes again. And what I'll do right now is just to add a new shipping class, and we'll call this freedom. No, just free stuff. Okay. And in the description, we'll just say free shipping for customers in USA and Canada. Okay, let's go ahead now and save the shipping class. Okay, so now if we go back to the shipping zones and I come back down here to United States and Canada, click on edit, and then I edit the domestic rate. Down here right now, you can see we now have the free shipping class cost. And obviously, I'm just going to come in here right now and add 0. And that is pretty much it. That's how you can offer free shipping to your customers within the United States and Canada for certain kinds of products. So there you go. I'm going to go ahead, save my changes, and voila. So at this point, if you're building your store, like your real store, I would recommend you take some time and plan properly how you want to manage your shipping classes, the zones, and of course the costs. Take your time because this is going to be very, very important. But remember that you can be as flexible as you want with your costs, your shipping zones. Don't forget you can also target shipping zones based on postcodes or zip codes. Don't forget about that. So take your time, plan this out, and jump in the very next video where we'll now go ahead and begin to create our products. I hope you're enjoying the course thus far. Now we're going to go ahead and begin to create products. But before we do that, I want you to go ahead and download the zip file attached to this particular video. You could find it in the resources tab or in the project section, depending on where you're taking this particular course. But when you extract the zip file, you will find this folder called WooCommerce Images. You click inside and then you'll have access to all these images. So this is entirely up to you. If you do have your own product images, by all means, please use them. But if you're building this site along with me and you just want to create sample products for now, these images I believe should be able to help you out with that, because I'm going to be using these images to create products in this course. So please go ahead, extract the files and then import them into your media library. So hopefully you've added the images to your media library and that you're ready to begin to create some serious products. Okay, so to create our first product, I'm going to come down here to products and I'm going to click on add new. All right. And the first product in here is going to be the Lorex wristwatch. That's right. We don't sell Rolexes, we sell Lorex. That's our own particular brand of luxurious wristwatch. So in here, you can add kind of like a description of what this particular product is all about. So I'm just going to go ahead now and say a luxurious watch for men. Very simple. All right, now down here where you have the product data, you do have access to different types of products. Now this is going to be a simple product. I'll show you how to create these other types of products a bit later, but we'll go with simple for now. So regular price in here, well, let's see, I'm going to go and say 1,999 because it is a very expensive watch. It's much better than the Rolex, so we'll go with 199.99. Inventory, in here you can add the SKU. So I do have the Rolex as my stock keeping unit, Rolex. Okay. You can also choose to manage the stock at a product level. So you can click the box right here, and in here I'm gonna say we only have 10 because these are very, very, very expensive watches. Now, do you want to allow back orders? You can choose to not allow, or you can allow but notify the customer, or just simply allow. I'm going to go with allow but notify the customer so they know that, hey, this might take some time before they get the product because we've run out of them. All right, low stock threshold. At what point would you receive a notification that, hey, you're running low on a particular product in your store? Now, in the case of the Lorex watch, I'm going to go with, let's say, 3. All right, so once the number of Lorex watches in our store has reached 3, we will get a notification from WooCommerce saying, hey, you're running low on this particular item. It will be via email, by the way. All right, so you can also choose to sell individually, where you will enable this to only allow one of this item to be bought in a single order. This depends entirely on you, but hey, we might have some very expensive, or rather some very rich customers who might decide to buy 5 or 6 of these at once. So I will keep this box unchecked. All right, we do have the product short description, and I'll say with this watch, you are going to get the attention of the ladies. Winky face. All right. Gosh, this is so cheesy. Anyway, whatever. Let's just move on. All right, so down in here, we've got the shipping. And for the weight, let's say this is 1.4 pounds. Dimensions not available. Now, for the shipping class, we're going to go ahead and choose the delicate shipping class because this is one of our more expensive products. Linked products attributes, we'll talk about this a bit later. Now, under advanced, you can choose to enable reviews. For the purchase note, you can add like a very special thank you for your customer who buys the product if you want to. And then finally, in here, you've got the get more options. Well, this is for additional stuff, which we're not going to get into for now. Over here to the right, we can add a new category and we'll call this watches. All right. So that will be our category for this particular product will be watches. Let's add that. You can choose to add product tags if you want to. So we'll just say watch, for example, that's one. We'll add luxury and we can add men. Okay, so that's the 3 tags associated with this particular product. And then for the product image, very, very, very important. You definitely want to show images of your products to your customers. So let's go ahead now and choose. I think I have got about 3. Okay, this is it right here. We'll use this image. Let's set that as the product image. And then down here, you've got the gallery for your images as well. So you can show different angles of the same product. So I'll choose this one and I'll choose this image as well. Do I have another image for the watch? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. It's just those 2. Fine, we'll go ahead and add those to the gallery. And there you go. So let's go ahead now and simply publish this product And let's see what it looks like. Okay, so I'm going to click on view product up here. And let's see what we have. Okay, the Lorex wristwatch. With this watch, you're going to get the attention of the ladies. Smiley face, 10 in stock, can be back ordered. So that's the image right there. You've got some other images from the gallery. You can zoom in. Okay, not too bad. And of course, down here, you've got the description, a luxurious watch for men. And there you go. Now, I know this page it doesn't look very, very appealing, but don't worry, we'll take a look at design a bit later. But for now, we've successfully created our very first simple product. Join me in the very next video where I'll show you how to create variable products. Welcome back. In the previous video, we successfully created our first simple product, which is the Lorex wristwatch. But now let's go ahead and create a different kind of product, which is going to be the variable product. And by variable, I mean, let's say, for example, you have a product that comes in different colors or different sizes. In such a scenario, you would use the variable product. So let's go ahead, add a new product. And I'm going to call this product the Skull T-shirt. That's a very nice name, Skull T-shirt. And we'll just say a casual T-shirt for men. All right, so down here, we'll change simple to now variable product, okay? For the SKU, let's see, SKULT. Skull T will be the SKU. Manage stock, yes. Stock quantity, we do have 100. Back orders, no, we're not going to allow back orders for this one because it's just a regular T-shirt. Low stock threshold, we'll go with, let's say 15. Okay, and there you go. All right, now down here for shipping, let's just say the weight here is going to be 0.4 pounds, I guess. Dimensions 21, 22, 23. I have no idea what I'm doing there. We'll just leave that as it is. Shipping class here is going to be no shipping class because it's a regular product. Now over here, I'm going to come down here to attributes. All right. So from here, I'm going to click on Add Custom Product Attribute. And now in here, we can add the very first, what's my name doing here? Let's go ahead and add the name of our very first attribute, which is going to be our color. Okay. So in here right now, we can add the values for the color and we can separate it by this symbol. So for the T-shirt, I believe we do have black and we also have green. I believe those are the two colors we have. So in here, I'm going to take this box that says use for variations as well. Save the attributes. And now from here, let's go over to variations. And now I'm going to come in here right now, click on this box in here and say create variations from all attributes and then go. Click OK. So right now, WooCommerce is going to create I do apologize. I went way ahead of myself just now. I forgot to add another attribute, which is size. Do forgive me. I'm just going to go ahead and remove these. Okay. Let's go back to attributes. Let's add another one. And we'll call this one size. Oh, I'm such an idiot. All right. So in here, we'll go with small. Will be the first value, and then we have medium, and then we have large. Okay, let's go ahead, check this box, save attributes, and now we can come to variations, and now we can create variations from all attributes. There you go. And okay, so 6 variations have now been created. So we now have black and small, we have black medium, black large, green small, green medium, green large. So from here right now, we can go ahead and begin to add individual pricing or even individual shipping for each one of these variations. So let's start off with the very first one here, black and small. I'm going to click on the drop down arrow in here. You can add a special SKU here if you want to. For the image, I'm going to click in here. Let's go over to your media library and I'm going to choose the black right here. Let's set that variation for the image. come down in here. For the variation price here, this is going to be the simple $9.99. For the weight dimensions, we'll leave that as it is. Shipping class, now you can either just go with the default value, which would be for the parent, which is no shipping class, or you can go with delicate or free. It all depends on what you've got. Description, we'll just say let's just say black and small. Okay, very, very, very simple. And there you go. Let's go ahead now and also do the one for green and small. Let's come over here, click in there. We'll go with the green one, set the variation image. For the pricing here, we'll go with $7.99. No shipping class. Actually, let's come back up here, change this one to $7.99 as well. Okay. So we've got black and small. Let's do for black and large as well. Very, 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 very quickly. Let's add black t-shirt right there. Set variation image. Our variation price here will be $9.99 because it's for large. Let me just close this one. Let's do the same thing for green and large. Let's come down here. Add the image. Set the variation image. Come down here. Variation price will also be $9.99, and we'll just go ahead and save our changes. Now, because of time, I haven't done the ones for black medium and then green and medium. Please feel free to do those in your own store. Over here, you've got the default form values. So what will be the default values when a customer wants to buy this variable product? I'm going to go with black and small. Okay, that will just be the default. And then over here, let's add a new category, and we'll call this the t-shirts. For the category, let's add that one. And then products, we'll just call this men, and then t-shirts. T-shirts, there you go. And then of course, product image, we'll go with the black image. Let's set that one. And then for the gallery, we'll just go ahead and choose the other ones, the behind, green behind. Let's add those. And yeah, product short description, a casual t-shirt for men. And there you go. Let's go ahead now. And we're going to go ahead and publish this. And there you go. So let's go ahead now and view the product. And this is exactly how it's going to look like. So you've got the black, and you can see the default of black and small. We've got the other images in our gallery, 100 in stock. But if I came in here right now and I keep this on black, for the size, we don't have medium because we did not add a variation price for black and medium. That's why medium isn't here. But if I click on large right now, you can see that the value has now changed to $9.99. And you can see the range of prices for the small to the large sizes, $7.99 to $9.99. So that's basically how to create variable products for your WooCommerce store. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. So far, we've created a simple product and a variable product. But now I want to show you how you can create grouped products. And to demonstrate this, I've actually gone ahead to create 2 additional products. I created the Ninja hoodie, which is a variable product. And I've also created the Woo hoodie, which is just a simple product. But what exactly are grouped products, and why would you want to create one? So in this case right now, the Ninja hoodie and the Woo hoodie, they're different products, but they're very similar because they're hoodies. In this kind of situation, if you wanted to give easy access for your customers to see these hoodies at a glance, this is where you would create a grouped product. So it's basically a way of grouping items that are very, very similar under one category or under one class. So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead now and add the new product. And I'm simply going to call this the hoodie. All right. And I'll say a range of awesome hoodies for men. All right. So down here where you have the category, I already have hoodies created. Product category, I'll just call this a hoodie. Let's come down here. I'll choose the product image, and I will go with the black Woo hoodie, and I'll just go ahead and add the remaining images for the hoodies. I think I've got about 6 of them. I've got 1, I've got 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, it's 5. Let's go ahead and add that. And let me just copy this. Right click, copy. Let's come down here, paste that one. Okay, so over here right now where you have product data, I'm going to change this to grouped product. And I will change this to hoodie as the SKU. Now in here, I'm going to click on linked products. And now in here, I have to type in here right now the name. So I'm going to say Woo. This is one of the products I've created as a hoodie. And then the next one here is going to be the Ninja hoodie. And there you go. So these are the 2 products I created for hoodies. I'm going to go ahead now and simply publish. And now let's take a look. So if I go ahead now and view the product, you can see this is exactly how it's going to look like. $19.99, a range of awesome hoodies for men. And then in here, because the Woo hoodie is a simple product, I can come in here and simply choose the quantity. But the Ninja hoodie is a variable product, so I'll have to click on select options. And then from this page, I'll now have to choose the color and then the size, add to the cart, and then proceed from there. But if I go back to my shopping page now, note the way WooCommerce now lists these different kind of products. For your regular simple products, you're going to have the add to cart. For your variable products, you'll have select options. But then for your group products, you have view products. So that's how WooCommerce will label the buttons associated with each of these different types of categories of products. By the way, in case I didn't mention this earlier, when we installed WooCommerce, it automatically created 4 pages for us, by the way. I should have mentioned this earlier. It created the cart, checkout, my account, as well as the shopping pages. These are the pages created automatically by WooCommerce. The privacy and policy here is by WordPress, actually. Sample pages by my hosting company, SiteGround. So I just wanted to mention that. So that's basically it for creating grouped products. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. I'd like to explain to you the concept of upsells and cross sells and how they work. And to do that, I've gone ahead to create 2 more new products. I do have the Chica jeans, which is jeans for women. It's a simple product at $39.99. And I do have the Jasmine purse, which is a stylish purse for classy women. It's variable, and there are 3 variations for the color red, yellow, and pink, all $199.99. All right, so what exactly are cross-sells and upsells? Well, to explain this, I'm going to go ahead and add a new product. All right, and this one is going to be the Bouchy bag. Don't ask me how I come up with these names. I just create them. Bouchy bag. Okay, so we'll just call this a black bag for women. That's a very, very simple explanation of what the product is. I'm going to come in here right now, add the tags, bag, women. And for the category, I'll have bags in there. I'm going to add the product image, and it's going to be this one right down here, the black bag. Let me add that as the product image. And I do have one more image of the same bag with the model carrying the bag. That's it right here. Okay, let's add that to the gallery. All right, so regular price here is going to be, let's say this is $49.99, okay? Now, take a look at this. Okay, I'm going to come over here where I have the inventory. Let me just quickly add the SKU, which is Bouch. Okay, attributes. I'm sorry, not attributes, linked products. What do we have here? We've got upsells and cross-sells. Now, the idea here is an upsell is basically you trying to promote a more expensive product to the customer that's very, very similar. In this case right now, I do have the Jasmine purse. So the female customer, she might be tempted to not go for the bag, but go for the purse instead. So I'm going to come in here right now and type in Jasmine. That's it, the Jasmine purse. I'll just go with the main product. And then a cross-sell is basically a product that can complement the product that the customer is currently trying to buy. In this case right now, but the black bag, I can say that it will go nicely with the Chica jeans. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So buy the black bag with the Chica jeans, or if you prefer, just get yourself a nice Jasmine purse. But let's see how this actually works when we try to buy them. So let's go ahead now and publish. So I've got the Bauchi bag published. Let's go ahead now and view the product. And I'm going to pretend like I actually want to buy the bag. So take a look at this, okay? On the product page right here, if I scroll down, take a look at what you have over here. You now have the "You may also like" section where you have the Jasmine purse. And then you now also have the related products where you now have the Chica jeans. So this will be listed underneath the actual main product itself. Now, if I proceed to add the bag to the cart, all right, now if I scroll down here again, you can see both the Jasmine purse and the related products. But now if I finally go over to now view my cart, you will now notice that the cross-sell is now featured more prominently. It's basically in here. You may also be interested in the Chica jeans. So you can see again, we are trying to push the customer to buy an additional product that can complement the product that they're currently trying to buy. So that's basically the idea behind upsells and cross-sells. Cross-sells are products that can complement the product the customer is currently trying to buy, while upsells are basically a more expensive product similar to the one that the customer is trying to buy. Before we round up this section on product creation, I just wanted to address the last type of product, which is the external or affiliate product. So in this case right now, if you're trying to sell products that you don't own but are available on another website or from another supplier, you just simply choose external affiliate product, and then in here where you have the product URL, you add the URL that will link directly to that product. You can add the button text, maybe buy product or learn more or view product or something like that, and just add the regular price, sale price if necessary, fill out the categories, tags, the gallery description, and so on. And that's basically how you would create an external or affiliate product. We're not working with affiliate products on our site. We're just working with the regular, simple, variable, and grouped products. Before we begin creating our products, I would like to show you some settings. So I'm going to come down here to WooCommerce and I'm going to click on Settings. And here you will have access to the product tab. And if you click in there, right here, you can choose your shopping page. But remember that WooCommerce has automatically created a shopping page for us. Now here you've got the product permalinks, which is very, very important. So I'm going to click in there. Now by default, WordPress has this very annoying plain permalink structure, which isn't good at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to a post name instead. And then down here, you will have the opportunity to change the permalinks for your products. And this is great for SEO. So I'm going to go ahead now and choose the one in here that says shop base with category. So the permalinks now would be your URL /shop / the category of the product and then the name of the product. I think this is a much better way of structuring the URLs for your products. It's very, very good for SEO. So I'm going to go ahead now, save my changes for the product permalinks. Let's go back to WooCommerce settings. Let's go back to the products tab. Now in here, you do have the add to cart behavior. And right here, you can redirect to the cart page after successful addition. I don't think this is a good way to do this because usually you might have customers who might want to buy more than one single product. So redirecting them immediately once they've added one product to the cart might not be a great idea. Enable Ajax add to cart button on archives. This is entirely subjective. It's up to you. Now in here, you've got this placeholder image. and it's set to 5. Now, basically, this is the image that will be used as a placeholder should in case you don't have an image for a product. Now, first of all your products should have images because that's one great way to advertise them. But if for some reason you may not have an image for one of your products, this ID, the image with ID 5 will be used. Now, to change this, if we go to our media library, just as an example, let's say we wanted to use, let's say we wanted to use this particular lady in here. The ID here is 93. You can see up here it's 93. So this is how you would choose or select the ID of the image that you want to use as your placeholder, just in case. All right, measurements, entirely subjective. Kilograms, centimeters are the default. And then reviews. Enable product reviews, show verified owner label on customer reviews, and then reviews can only be left by verified owners. So only owners who have actually bought your products will be able to leave reviews. Let's go ahead and check that. And then product ratings, enable star rating on reviews. Star ratings should be required, not optional. This is entirely subjective, okay? It's up to you. I'm just gonna go ahead and save my changes. And that's pretty much it. So on the products tab as well, you have access to the inventory. Up here, you click in there, and this will show you, or this is where you can manage your inventory stock. So we've enabled the stock management by default. You've got the whole stock in minutes, and it's set to 60. What this means is sometimes when a user has paid, or I'm sorry, when a customer has paid for a product, it might be pending, meaning that the payment gateway they use, maybe if it's PayPal or Stripe, may not have processed the order. The stock will be held for them for 1 hour, and if after 1 hour the payment has not finished processing, it will be cancelled. So that's how this that's how this works. You can set this, change it to your own liking. Notifications, yes, enable low stock notifications and enable out of stock notifications, yes, and then you can add your email here. This will be the email address where the notifications will be sent to. Low stock threshold, the default here is set to 2. That is for items that we've not specifically set a low stock threshold for. I'll increase this to 10 just in case. Out of stock threshold, well, that's that's basically 0. Out of stock visibility, now it says hide out of stock items from the catalog. This is entirely subjective, it's up to you. And then stock display format, always show quantity remaining, like, okay, let's say 12 in stock. Or you can go with only show quantity remaining in stock when low, like say only 2 left in stock, never show quantity remaining in stock. I do like the only show quantity remaining because this might urge the customers to actually buy the product because now they know that, hey, it's running out of stock. Let's go ahead, save our changes. And that's it. So on the downloadable products, this would be if you are selling virtual products like ebooks or audio files or things like that, but we're not dealing with that. So that is that. So that's it for the product settings. Join me in the very next video where we'll begin to create our products. Let's talk about how we can make some money, and specifically payment gateways that will allow our customers to pay us money for our products. So to do this, I'm going to go over to the payments tab and let's see what we have here. All right. Direct bank transfer, we're not going to be working with that. We're not going to be working with check payments either. Cash on delivery, yes. We're going to enable cash on delivery for our local customers in Maryland. So I'll enable this and then I'll click on setup. And let's take a look. So in here right now, you can change the title, description, instructions. Enable for shipping methods, very, very important. So I'm going to click in here. I'm going to choose the Maryland flat rate. So customers within Maryland who would like to pay for the product when it is delivered to them on their doorstep with cash, we'll enable that for them. And then, of course, we'll also enable for the local pickup. All right, so Maryland local pickup. So if a customer comes over to our store to pick up the product, they can pay us in cash. That is perfectly fine. So those two selected. Except for virtual orders. We're not dealing with virtual orders in here, so I'm going to go ahead and check that, save my changes. And that is that. Let's go back to payments. And now over here where you've got PayPal, I'm going to enable PayPal as well. Now, just to give you a quick tip, you want to make it as easy as possible for your customers to pay. So The more payment methods you have, the better. So I'm going to enable PayPal. Let's go to setup. All right, so in here, PayPal standard is enabled, fine. Title is PayPal, description, PayPal email. Make sure this is legit. PayPal email should be legit. Now over here, you do have this extremely important box that says enable PayPal sandbox. I'm gonna go ahead and check this. What this means is by enabling the PayPal sandbox, we will be able to test payments first before we actually begin to accept real payments. So this is a safe way of testing payments just to see if it's actually working. So coming up in the next video, I'll show you how you can create sandbox accounts and then begin to test payments with PayPal. That's pretty much all we need to do in here. I'm just going to come all the way down here, and I'm just going to come in here and save my changes. And that is it. So jump in the next video where we'll begin to create sandbox accounts and test payments with PayPal. I hope you're enjoying the course thus far, and I just wanted to very quickly make an announcement right now, because the next two videos you're about to watch, the one that involves creating sandbox accounts with PayPal and then testing payments with PayPal, those two videos are from the old version of this course. That course used version 3.5. However, the process of creating sandbox accounts and testing those accounts for payments hasn't changed. It's still exactly the same thing. So rather than me having to, recreate the entire videos all over again, I'm just going to include those two videos from the previous course version in this particular course. So don't freak out if you see that the site being used is a little bit different. It's called Cool Store, not the Cool Store. And there might be one or two changes in the back end. Don't worry about that. Just focus on learning how to create your sandbox accounts and learning how to test payments with those sandbox accounts. And I'll see you after two videos where we'll begin to configure our payments with Stripe. Enjoy the videos. Alrighty, as I said previously in the last video, we have enabled the PayPal sandbox, which would allow us to test payments using PayPal. So now what I want to do is to show you how you can create the sandbox accounts on PayPal. Now, obviously, you should already have an account with PayPal. If you don't have an account with PayPal, then please just simply go to paypal.com and simply register. It is very, very easy. I'm going to assume that you already have an account with PayPal. So what you need to do is to simply go to Google. You can type in sandbox accounts PayPal. I think this is the easiest way to really find the location of where you can build sandbox accounts. So in here, I'm just going to go ahead now and click on sandbox accounts, PayPal developer. I am already signed in to PayPal, by the way. You can see my name, Alexander. It's right there. So in here right now, we have the ability to create sandbox accounts. So you can see the big blue button right here that says create account. I'm going to go ahead and click on it. All right, so country, well, you can choose any kind of country from the United States to Bahrain, to Germany, to India. Take your pick. I'm going to stick with the United States. Now, in here, I already have the personal buyer account already chosen. So this one, the personal account will represent the customer who is coming to buy the product. So for the email address, in this case, I've used so many of them. The email address in here, I'm going to say coolbuyer@buyer.com. It doesn't have to be like a real legit email address, by the way. So you can choose any kind of, just as long as it has the @so.com, you should be fine. So coolbuyer@buyer.com. All right, and then password, I'm gonna add a very strong password, and that's it. So payment methods for the PayPal balance, I'm just gonna go ahead and say I've got $2 million or something like that. That's fine. It's verified by the bank. The payment card, this isn't necessary. We can leave it on Discover. Credit cards, that's fine. Visa, that's okay. I'm just gonna go ahead now and click on create account. And just like that, there we go. So it's processing, as you can see. I'm going to go ahead now and create a second account. And this one will be for us, the owners of the store, because we're going to need an account that would receive money from the sandbox account of the potential customer. So in here right now, I'm going to choose business instead. And then for the email address, I'm going to say coolseller@seller.com. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that's available. And then password, I'm going to go ahead now and simply add my password. Let's scroll down. PayPal balance, I'm just going to say 10 bucks. No, $10. We are a very poor store and we're looking for customers to give us lots of money. So 10 bucks, that's what we have in our PayPal balance. It is bank verified. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and click create account. And there you go. So, all right, so you can see it's processing. The one for the cool buyer has been completed. I'll go over here and refresh. This shouldn't take too long. It's usually a few seconds for it to finish processing. Let me just refresh again. All right, so there you go. So now we've got the business account coolseller@seller.com already processed. And we also have a personal account coolbuyer@buyer.com already processed as well. So join me in the next video where we'll now test out payments using our sandbox accounts. Alright, so now that we've got our sandbox accounts, it is time to now experiment to see if our customers can pay for products and then we can receive their payments. Now before we do this, I want you to go to your payments tab, and then on the PayPal, make sure that the PayPal email has been set to the business merchant email that we used for our sandbox account. Mine was coolseller@seller.com. So make sure the PayPal email is set to this. Make sure enable PayPal sandbox is also active. All right, I'm going to jump over here to Firefox and I'm going to pretend like I'm a customer. I've come in here right now and let's go ahead and choose the Skull t-shirt. I like it. And let's see, I'm going to choose the green color. I'll choose the medium size. I like it. In fact, I'll pick two of them. Let's add to the cart. Let's view our cart. Okay, so everything is $29.97. That's fine. Let's proceed to checkout. All right. So billing details. I'm going to come in here right now and say my name is Bob Jones. That's my address. My state in this case would be Maine. That's the zip code. Phone number is 78 blah 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 blah. Email address is going to be bobjones@yahoo.com. Of course, all this can be fake. It doesn't have to be real. All right, and then of course, remember when we were setting up WooCommerce, we said that we wanted customers to be able to create an account. So I'm going to go ahead and tick this box so that Bob would be able to simply log in the next time he wants to buy something from our store. And then of course, shipping to a different address, this depends on the customer, but they have the option of choosing a different address from shipping to billing. All right, I'll uncheck this. Let's come over here right now and let's just proceed to pay. Proceed to PayPal. As you can see, it's saying that. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, now pay attention to this. The URL right here says sandbox.paypal.com. So you can see now that the sandbox environment is now active. All right, so I'm gonna log in right now with the personal account that we created, which was the cool buyer@buyer.com. And then I'm going to add my password. Let's log in. I don't save. Okay. We're being securely logged in. Thank you very much, PayPal. Alrighty then, pay now. Yes, we want to pay. We want our t-shirt. Let's pay for it. And okay, so you can see right now we've paid $29.97. That's awesome. Now let's return to the merchant. And now that you can see, the customer will get the message saying, okay, thank you, your order has been received. order 41, December 7th, 2018. That's the email. Total payment method was PayPal. And of course, you can see for the clarification, the product was a skull t-shirt, green, medium size. Everything is right here. Billing address, shipping address. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to open up the sandbox.paypal.com site again. But in this case right now, I'm going to open this up in a private tab, and I will say sandbox.paypal.com. And now we're going to log in as the merchant, as us. So email in this case was cool seller at seller.com. And then the password. Now I'm doing this because I want to make sure that I've actually received the payment in my PayPal account. All right, let's come in here now. Let's see what we have. Okay, let's see. And okay, so it does say payment from Alexander only. It doesn't say from Bob Jones. But you can see right now that we have the correct amount, which is $29.97. So one thing I want to point out here is that don't get alarmed if you have slight issues like this, where maybe the name of the person making the payment isn't the same. This happens a lot whenever you're testing out with the sandbox environment, all right? Just as long as you can see that we've received the money, that's all that really matters. Now, just to confirm that indeed WooCommerce has registered Bob Jones as a customer, if I go back to our back end, if I come over here right now to orders, I click in here, you will now see the actual real person that made the order, which is Bob Jones, 4 minutes ago. And it says on hold because, well, we haven't confirmed payment yet from PayPal. So I can come in here right now and simply click on this and simply come over here and then say on hold, but it's now completed. There you go. Update. And that is it. If I go back to my orders, there you go. So Bob Jones, his order has been completed and it was $29.97. So this tells us that yes, we are now able to receive payments from customers. Customers are also able to pay for products on our online store. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Alrighty, let's talk about how you can set up Stripe payments. But before I do that, just a gentle reminder, if your PayPal test payments have been successful and you want to start receiving real payments, make sure you come in here and check the PayPal sandbox and make sure your PayPal emails are legit. So I'm going to go ahead now and I'll just save my changes. And that is that. All right, now let's talk about Stripe. Now you can Google WooCommerce for Stripe and it will bring you to this page where you have the official Stripe plugin developed by WooCommerce themselves. It is free. So on this page, all you have to do is just click on download now. And you'll be asked to fill out this information in here, and then you can just simply go ahead and purchase the plugin. It's not a real purchase. You will receive the downloads automatically for free. So simply go ahead, install, activate the plugin. Now I have already gone ahead to activate the plugin, as you can see right here, WooCommerce Stripe Gateway. So for me, I'm going to go over to WooCommerce, go back to settings. And then let's go to payments again. And now in here, you should see Stripe and other versions of Stripe for different countries, or I don't know. I've never heard of most of this before. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and configure the main one, which is the Stripe credit card. So I'll turn that on and we'll go over to setup. All right, what do we have here? Now over here, you can change the title and description as usual. Now over here, we do have the option of enabling a test mode, so you can test payments again. For these, you will have to get your publishable key, your secret key, and also a webhook secret. To get these, you do need to have an account with Stripe. If you don't have an account with Stripe, simply go ahead and create one. It's free and it's very, very simple. I already have an account with them. This is actually a dummy account I set up. So to get these information, the publishable key, secret key, all I'll have to do will be to come down here where you have developers. Now, if I click on developers, I now have access to my API keys and then webhooks. Here's the thing though. I'm not going to enable the test mode because it's pretty much very simple it's very similar to the way PayPal test mode works. You get the keys and then you attempt to pay and you see what happens basically, right? Instead, I'm going to go ahead and disable this and just go straight for the actual real configuration. Now that we've unchecked the enable test mode, we now have live publishable key, live secret key, and then the webhook secrets. So to get these, I'm going to come right in here. Make sure the view test data here is set to off. If you want to test your payments first, make sure this right here is set to on and you'll receive special API keys and webhooks for your test payment. But we're not testing payments anymore, so I'll uncheck this. Now let's go over here to API keys. So right here, right now, I do already have a publishable key and a secret key, as you can see. I'm just going to go ahead now and grab this too. If you don't have your publishable key or secret keys, it's very easy. Just click on the create secret key right here. You click in there and you will automatically be able to, you'll first of all have to provide a key name. You click on create and then you'll get the secret key. It's very straightforward. I'm just going to go ahead and grab the publishable key, which isn't public. So I'll go ahead and paste that. And then I'm going to do the exact same thing now for the secret key, which of course I am going to blur. Even though this is a dummy account, all the same, I'm just going to make sure that it stays secret. Okay, let's go back in here. And now finally for the webhook, I'm going to come down here, click on webhooks. All right, so from here right now, I'm going to click on add an endpoint. And actually, if we go back here, if we go back in here, it says you must add the following webhook endpoint. So this has already been created for us automatically by Stripe. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this one instead. Let's grab that. Let's go back in here. And then I'm simply going to go ahead now and paste that right there. And then over here, we can select the events. The idea here is to receive notifications whenever anything happens with Stripe. That's the whole point of adding the webhook. So right here, you can choose the kinds of events that you want. So let's say balance available. Let's say charge captured, for example. We want that one, right? Let's come down here. Let's say charge failed as well. Let's go with a charge pending. Let's go with a charge refund. And a charge succeeded as well. I think that should be about it. What else do we have here? Checkout, credit note. Yeah, I think I'm going to be fine with these ones that we've created. All right, let's go ahead now and add the endpoint. And there you go. So now you can see that the webhook has been configured for us. It's enabled. And these are the event types where we'll receive a notification. Let's go back to our WooCommerce settings. And then in here, we do have the webhook secret that we need to add. That's the last thing. Let's go back to Stripe. Now to get the webhook secret, I'm going to come in here, click to reveal, and I'm going to grab this secret right here. Let's copy that, come back in here, and I'm going to paste that secret. And there you go. All right. An inline credit card form. This is just the styling of the credit card with Stripe, basically. You do have the option of checking this box, which we will check, and I'll show you how this looks like. We're not working with statement descriptors. Capture charge immediately, yes. All this other information in here is entirely subjective. Payment request button type, buy, or when no one's donating, but their customers are buying, so we'll leave it on buy. The theme, dark, light, outline, all this is just design changes. So we'll just go ahead and leave that as it is. Let's go ahead now, save the changes, and let's see how this would actually look like on the front end. So let's go over to our store, and let's pretend like we want to buy this particular item right here. And I'm going to attempt to check out. So you have the buy now button with Stripe, as you can see. So if I click in there, you can see right now that we now have the option of choosing from our stored credit cards and things like that. But I'm going to go ahead and cancel, and we'll just proceed to checkout. And let's try to see the information from here. So we have a credit card Stripe down here. So if I click in there, now you can see this is the inline styling for the form. You've got the credit card, and then you've got the month and date right there. So if I come back over here and I unchecked this inline credit card form, let's uncheck that and then see how it will look like. Let's save the changes. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh the page. And okay, so now if I click on credit card Stripe, now you can see it's a bit different. Now the credit card number, date, and CVC are all on separate lines. So that's basically the difference between the inline credit card form and the non-inline credit card form. That's it for the setting up of the Stripe payment gateway. Thank you for watching, and that's it. I will see you in the next class. So let's take a look at the way our site functions in the perspective of a customer. So as you can see right now, I am logged out. I'm going to pretend I am a customer coming into the cool store to get myself some cool clothes. So I'm over here on the shopping page, and let's just say I'm interested in getting the cool blazer. Let's go ahead and add the Lorex wristwatch and some scent sneakers as well. All right, 3 items. Let's go ahead and view our cart. And okay, now over here you can see shipping to MD, Maryland. The reason why this has already been filled out is because before I started recording this video, I was playing around just to make sure I had everything in order. So my browser, the cookies have stored the address that I initially put in, which is Maryland. That's why you're seeing that there. Anyway, that's not important. Let's go ahead now and proceed to check out. All right. Now, because in the previous video, we set it so that customers can log in to a previously created account while trying to check out, we now have this option that says returning customer. Click here to log in. All right, billing details. I'm going to go ahead now and fill in my name. My name is Dick Jones. Now, this isn't random. I just watched the RoboCop movie from 1987, and if you've ever watched that movie before, you will know the person I'm talking about. Anyway, that's not important. Dick Jones is my name. House address, I'm just gonna add some stuff in here. It's not important. By the way, I already do have the PayPal sandbox enabled. Just print that out there. All right, email address, I'm going to add my dickjones8444@yahoo.com. That's just a dummy email account. And let's just make sure everything is in order. All right, I'm going to come over here to PayPal, and I'm going to choose PayPal. Click on proceed to PayPal. And let's just wait for a few seconds. Pay with PayPal. So I'm going to change the email address in here to the sandbox account, which is coolbuyer@buyer.com, and I'm going to add my password, and let's log in to our sandbox account. And nope, I'm not saving the password. Thank you very much. And all right, so I'm just going to go ahead now and simply pay. And there you go. All right, so I have paid almost $3,000 for 3 items. All right, I'm going to click on return to merchant now down here. All right, so you can see the customer will receive this message, order has been received. Now, if I go to my email account for dickjones844, you can see in here from the Cool Store, and it says, welcome to the Cool Store. Thanks for creating an account on the Cool Store. Your username is Dick Jones, and this is your password. It's been automatically generated. Okay, remember that we said that customers will be able to create accounts once they place an order. So there you go. So now Dick Jones has his username. He also has his password that's been generated automatically for him. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just copy this password. Let's go back to the site. Now, if I go over to my account page, let's see what we have in here. All right, so you can see right now, Dick Jones dashboard. This is the dashboard orders. And over here, you can see I do have two orders, 130 and 131. The 130 was the one I played with before I started recording the video. So as it is right now, the order for 1314 for our 3 items is on hold as it is. But let's go ahead and view and see what that does for the customer. Okay, so it provides in full details the products being ordered, the amount, the billing address, as well as the shipping address. Okay, so from our perspective as the customer, everything here looks just fine. If I go back to my email, you can see that a second email has been sent by the store to the customer saying that your order has been received and the details of the order. Okay, everything looking just fine. Let's now go ahead and actually log in as the admin and see things from our own perspective. So I'm logging out. Let's now log in. Let me go back up here. WP-admin. All right, my name is Cool Store and my password is my password. All right, let's log in. All right, so now we are the admin. I'm gonna come down here to WooCommerce and then orders. And right there, you can see that I do have the one from Dick Jones, which is on hold. So if I click in there right now, and let's just say, okay, I've seen that payment has actually been received. I can come in here right now and simply go ahead now and say completed. It has been completed. And I'm going to go ahead now and update the payment. And there you go. So payment has been received and the order has been completed. And there you go. Awesome. All right. Now, to modify the emails that the customers would receive and that you also would receive as an admin, we can come over here to WooCommerce, go to settings. And then from settings, you will see emails over here. Let's click on emails. So basically, this is where you can customize the kinds of emails you would receive as the owner of the store, and also the emails that your customer would receive when they've placed an order, when an account has been created for them, and so on. So right now you can see the recipient. The first three would be you, while the rest down here would be for the customer. And of course, the very last one here would be for you as well. So to modify, let's say, for example, you wanted to modify the email that is sent whenever a customer has created their account. You come down here where you have the new account, just click on manage. And then from here, you can just simply come in here right now and maybe even choose to disable the notification if you want to do that. But you can come in here right now and just add your additional content, add your email heading, your subjects, and there you go. That's pretty much how you would customize any one of these emails. And I'll recommend that you do spend some time to modify some of these emails and make them a bit more personal. As it is right now, the emails are very standard, very formal, and you might want to just add your own tone to the kinds of emails that your customers would receive. Down here, you can also customize the email sender options. So what would be the from name, the from address? You can customize those down here. Your email template as well, you can add an image. Simply add the ID of the image you want to use down here. And of course, customize your footer text, and you can also customize the coloring scheme. Change the background color, maybe make the background color black, and then the body text color white, just to give it like some sort of like a a really cool design. It's entirely up to you. All right, so that's basically it for the account management. Oh, one more thing to mention: if I come down here to users and I go to all users, you would notice that Dick Jones has now been added as a customer because his account has been created and his order has been processed. So that's it for account management. Jump in the very next video where we'll now take a look at working with coupons. All right, so we're doing pretty well thus far. We've created our shipping zones, we've created products, we've also set up our payment gateways. But before we move on to extending the functionality of our site and also changing the way it looks like, Let's take a minute to take a look at the accounts and privacy settings for WooCommerce. Now, accounts management is going to be very, very important because ideally you want your customers to be able to create accounts where they can track the products that they've ordered for, where they can process refunds, and where they can change their delivery address, things like that. So over here where we have WooCommerce settings and then accounts and privacy, you do have the guest checkout options where, first of all, you can allow customers to place orders without an account. Now, this is entirely subjective. There is no right or wrong answer here. Forcing customers to create, or rather to first of all create an account before they can place an order might turn them off maybe. But in my own experience, if there's ever been a product I wanted to buy, it hasn't bothered me that I had to create an account. So I think that you can simply uncheck this box and actually force customers to create an account before they can actually place orders. But hey, this is entirely subjective and it's up to you. Allow customers to log into an existing account during checkout. Yes, I will enable this one. Account creation, allow customers to create an account during checkout. Yes. So if we're going to force customers to create an account before they can place an order, then it makes sense that they should be able to create an account while they're trying to check out. That makes sense. Allow customers to create an account on the My Account page. Ideally, My Account should only show up when a user has actually logged in to the site, meaning that they already have an account. Again, this is entirely subjective. If you want logged out users to be able to see the My Account link on your main menu, then by all means you can check this box, but I'm going to leave this box unchecked as it is. All right. When creating an account, automatically generate an account username for the customer based on the name, surname or email. Yes. When creating an account, automatically generate an account password. Yes. These two will always be editable by the customer. So if they prefer to change their username or their password, they can always do that later. Account erasure request. Remove personal data from orders on request. Yes, please. We want to comply with privacy laws in here, so please check this box. Remove access to downloads on request. Yes, we'll do that one as well. Personal data removal. Allow personal data to be removed in bulk from orders. Yes. Basically, if any of your customers decides to send you an email saying, hey, look, we want you to remove personal data from your site, then by all means, you should comply with that. Over here, you've got the privacy and policy. By default, WordPress usually creates a privacy policy page for you. In fact, if you go to your pages, you should see a privacy and policy page already created for you. This is taking forever. Okay. All right. So here it is right here. Privacy policy. It's a draft page right now, but this is created automatically for you by WordPress. You can always edit the page. So by default, it's been set to the privacy policy page. You can change this by simply coming in here and clicking on the arrow and simply choosing the page. Registration privacy policy, you can edit these to your own satisfaction. Personal data retention, and it says choose how long to retain personal data when it's no longer needed for processing. Leave the following options blank to retain this data indefinitely. I will not retain any of this data indefinitely. So what I'm going to do here is retain inactive accounts. I will say after 12 months. If an account has not been active for over a year, by all means, just go ahead and remove that account. In fact, let's make it 13 months. So it's actually over 1 year. Retain pending orders. You do have the option of weeks, months, years. Days here, I'm going to say one single day, 24 hours. You can retain pending orders for 1 day. Retain failed orders. No day. Do not retain any failed orders. Retain cancelled orders. Actually, what am I saying? It makes sense for you to retain failed orders for statistical purposes. So we can say maybe 7 days in here. Retain cancelled orders 7 days. Retain completed orders. In here, I'll recommend 1 month. If you're offering like a 30-day back money guarantee, then it should make sense that you retain the completed orders for at least 1 month. Retain Stripe data. Well, you can over here. Honestly, I don't really know much about this particular option. It says retains any Stripe data such as Stripe customer ID, source ID. We can say maybe 7 days. Once it's no longer needed for processing, I guess we'll put 7 days in there. I'm going to save my changes, and that is it. Okay, one more thing to mention before we round this up. Under advanced, you do have access to setting up your pages, but there is really no need for you to change anything in here because automatically WooCommerce has created these pages for you and has set the pages to the corresponding functionality. So you've got cart page set to cart, checkout set to checkout, my account. Terms and conditions, I would encourage you to create a terms and conditions page where you can talk about your refund policy and things like that, and then choose the page right here. This is where you'd want to choose that page. The checkpoint to check out endpoints, account endpoints, you don't need to change anything in here at all. Just leave that as it is. All right, let's go ahead, save our changes, and there you go. So that's it for the accounts and privacy settings. Jump in the next video where we'll now take a look at accounts from the perspective of our customers. Alrighty, let's talk about coupons. And of course, everyone loves coupons. Businesses love coupons because, well, they can use coupons to promote sales, and of course customers love coupons because they can use coupons to save some money and get themselves some awesome deals. All right, to create a coupon, I'm going to come down here to coupons under WooCommerce, and of course I'm going to click on create your first coupon. So let's go ahead now, click in there. All right, the first thing we'll have to do is to provide the actual code, and these are trying times for everyone. So I'm going to say good times. All right, good times will be the coupon code, and you can add a description for what the code is, or for the coupon is meant for. But now over here, we do have the coupon data where you can set your restrictions and determine just exactly how this coupon should be used. So under general, we have the discount type. So are you going to buy a fixed cat discount or a fixed product discount, or better yet, a percentage discount? I'm just going to go with the regular percentage discount, so 25% off, 30% off, stuff like that. In this case, let's go with a very generous 40% off, on all products. And now in here, you can choose to allow free shipping if this coupon code is used. But hey, I think 40% has already been very generous, so I'm not going to take this. I will just set a date for the expiry to the 26th of March. And on the usage restriction, this is where we can now begin to set the restrictions as to how the coupon can be used. So first things first, you've got the minimum spend. Do you want customers to spend a minimum first before they can actually use the coupon? And yes, in this case right now, I'm going to say spend a minimum of $100, and then you can get the coupon code for 40% off. Maximum spend, no maximum, spend as much as you want. Individual use only, yes, we don't want customers to be able to use this code with other codes as well, because then they can get themselves some very, very ridiculous prices. Exclude the sale items, yes, we don't want items that are already on sale to be eligible for the coupon either. Now in here, you can say under products, you can choose certain products that will be eligible for the coupon code, or you can come down here and do the opposite, which is to exclude certain products from being able to be used with the code. In this case right now, I can say, all right, I'm not going to allow the Lorex watch to be used. So that's it. So unfortunately, this is our most priced item on our store, and we don't want customers to be able to use coupon codes for this particular product. You can do the exact same thing for categories as well, or exclude categories. So I can just come in down here and very easily just say exclude all watches from being eligible to use with the coupon code, and then allowed emails. You can add restrictions in here as well. Now you might be wondering, where will this be useful? Let's say, for example, you wanted to offer coupon codes specifically for employees from a particular company, organization. You can tell them that, hey, use your business email when trying to apply the coupon code. That way, only them that have that business email with the name of the company would be able to use the coupon code. That's where this would be useful. And then finally, under usage limits, all right, how many times can this coupon be applied? So we can say, okay, only eligible for the first 100 people can use the coupon code, and now limit usage to X items. So are you gonna say, all right, this coupon should only be eligible if the customer does not have more than 8 or maybe more than 10 items in the cart? This is where you can add such a limit. Finally, how many times can a user use the exact same coupon code? In this case, I'm just going to say 1 time. All right. So WooCommerce is able to track the user by their ID or their email address. That's how WooCommerce is able to keep track. So I'm just going to go ahead now and publish this. And there you go. So good times. Let's go ahead and actually try to work with this coupon code and see if it will actually work. So let's go over to the store. And I'm going to come over here to shop. And all right, let's try to, first of all, let's try to buy the Lorex wristwatch. Okay, I'm going to try and buy it. Let's go ahead, add to the cart. Let's view the cart. And all right, so over here right now, I've got the box to apply the coupon code. So let's go with the good times. Good times are here. Apply the coupon, and it says now, sorry, this coupon is not applicable to selected products, unfortunately. Okay, let's try for a different product instead. Let's see. Let's go with the Bauchi bag. All right, let's view the cart. Let's try to apply the coupon code in here. Good times, apply the coupon. And it says, oh, the minimum spend for this coupon is $100. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go back to the shopping page. So let's try to add a few more items. Let's just add the cool blazer. All right, let's just add that one. Okay, so now it should work. So good times, apply the coupon. And there you go, coupon code applied successfully. Now, nearly $300 has been deducted. Wow, because, well, it's 40% off. So you can see the coupon code works, and that's basically how you would work with your coupons. One more thing to talk about before we begin to change the design of our store would be the Analytics tab right here. Now, this is the new functionality provided by WooCommerce 4.0. And it's basically where you can keep track of your inventory, your revenue, your coupon codes, things like that. As an example, if I clicked on revenue, I will see that Dick Jones already made an order, and we've made what's that? Almost more than $2,000. You can see right here. First order, $2,799. Net sales, shipping costs as well. So total sales is $2,811. So as you begin to generate revenue on your store, you will come in here and you will begin to see your shipping expenses, the shipping costs, gross sales, coupons, things like that. You click on orders under the analytics tab, and in here you'll be able to see all the orders, the products, the order number, the number of items sold, the customer, whether it's a new customer or a returning customer. You can keep track of your products as well. So over here, let's just wait for a few seconds. All right, so over here right now, you can see the products already been sold, the SKU category, and the same thing applies to like coupons, taxes. If you are running a virtual store, you click on downloads, and this is where you would see the number of your downloads that have been purchased already. And then, of course, for stock, in here you can, at a glance, see which items are still in stock, which ones are already not out of stock, things like that. And then finally, we've got the settings. So in here, you've got the exclude statuses function, pending payment, canceled, and failed. And it says orders with these statuses are excluded from the totals in your reports. So this makes perfect sense, because you don't want to include any sale that failed or was cancelled as part of your total sales. That's not going to make any sense at all. So pending payment, cancelled, and failed are all excluded from the statuses. Now over here, the actionable statuses. Now, on which particular status can you act on? Processing and on hold right now are the two, and it says orders with these statuses require action on behalf of the store admin. These orders will show up in the orders tab under the activity panel. Now, usually in here, I would recommend you also check the pending payment, because sometimes it could involve maybe that the customer cannot make a payment because of one issue or the other with the site. So I would recommend checking pending payment as well. And then the default date range. Select a default date range. When no range is selected, reports will be viewed by the default date range. So you can choose to view your reports either quarterly or yearly or a week to the date or things like that. So you can customize this to your own heart's content. And then import historical data. Yes, you can choose to import all your historical data if you want to, or maybe the last 365 days or last 7 days, things like that. Now, to download any of this information, if you go back to WooCommerce and then click on customers over here, this is where you would see all the customer names, when last they were active. And then over here, this is where you can choose to download all that information, and it will be in the form of an Excel file. So that's how you can download all the information. You've got reports under WooCommerce as well. It's similar to the analytics. Basically, in here, you can see your gross sales in a particular period, maybe the last 7 days, the last year. So you can click on sales by product, sales by category as well. You've got the customers tab, where you can again view information of your customers. You can keep track of your stock, things like that. So all these tools are here to help you with the management of your customers, your total sales, as well as your revenue in general. So that's it for the analytics function. Thank you for watching, and jump in the very next section where we'll now begin to work with the design of our store. Well, hello then, welcome to section 3, where we're going to be covering design. Yes, it is time to make our website look really appealing, look really attractive. And yes, this is the site that you will have designed by the end of this section, because I'm going to show you how you can do everything that you're looking at right now. Well, we will be making use of the OceanWP theme to achieve this, and of course we will be using the Gutenberg page builder as well. And with those two, we're going to build ourselves a really attractive store. So I hope you're as excited as I am. Let's get started. Alrighty, so welcome to this brand new section where we're going to go ahead now and work on the design of our store. Now, currently we're using the store theme made by WooCommerce themselves, and it's a pretty decent theme, but to be honest, we do need something a bit more powerful than the store theme. And I'm going to introduce you to the theme OceanWP. Now, this theme has a premium version, but the free version is simply incredible. You can see right now over 2 million downloads, and there's a reason why this theme is very, very popular. It is fantastic. It is amazing. Offers a ton, and I mean a ton, of options for you to customize your site. And for WooCommerce, it is bloody fantastic. So let's go ahead and install this amazing theme. I'm going to come down here. Let's go to Appearance. Let's go to Themes. And let's add New. And let's come in here and type in OceanWP. There you go. Let's go ahead and install. And we're going to activate the theme. And there you go. All right. You will see this notice that the theme recommends Elementor, Ocean Extra, and WP Forms. I'm a huge fan of Elementor, but for the purposes of this particular course, we're going to use the regular Gutenberg page builder to build our pages. Don't worry, I'm going to show you exactly what to do. So if you have any fears about Gutenberg, don't worry. I think you're going to love what we're going to build with Gutenberg. So we can ignore Elementor, but Ocean Extra, I'm going to click on Ocean Extra. This will give us some additional options to work with the Ocean theme. So let's go ahead, click there. Let's also go to WP Forms as well. And let's go ahead and install now. Okay, so these two should be installing in the background, but let's go over to the plugins page and let's see if they've been installed. Okay, so you can see Ocean Extra has been installed. Let's go ahead now and activate that plugin as well. And we'll come down here and also activate the WP Forms lit. And let's try that one again. Come on. Okay, so that has been active, and this looks a bit weird. Let's go back to the plugins page. And all right, I'm gonna go ahead and simply close this one right here. Let's close this message about getting the Ocean sticky header. Let's also remove this one. You will see a notice here that says thumbnail regeneration is running in the background. This is because we've changed themes. So you can just let this run in the background, don't worry. Over here, you do have the setup wizard for Ocean WP, but we're gonna go ahead and simply skip that setup, don't worry. I'll show you what to do with the theme. All right, in the meantime, I have already gone ahead to create some additional pages. So I created the FAQs page, refunds, shipping, as well as the student discounts page. We're gonna make use of these pages a bit later, but if you're building a real store for yourself, take a minute to consider what pages you actually want to create. I think shipping and refunds are very good pages, because for refunds, you can explain what your refund policy is. For shipping, you can also explain where you ship to, which countries you don't ship to, stuff like that. FAQs would be great as well. You can think of questions your customers would ask you, and you can simply provide the answers there. Student discounts, I just thought about this, to be honest. So this depends on you. It's completely optional. If you're going to offer special discounts for students, you can simply create a page and describe what the conditions would be. So please go ahead now and create some additional pages. And then once you're done, we're going to go ahead now and create our menu. So let's go to Appearance, go to Menus. And the first menu, of course, is going to be the main menu itself. Let's click on Create Menu. And then for the main menu, I'm going to add my account. I will add the checkout. I can add the cart page, the shop page for now. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add the categories for our products as well. So let's do this. I am going to come where you have screen options, and then click on product categories. Okay, we want to enable product categories. So let's do that. Let's close this again. And now if you scroll down here, you can see we now have product categories. So let's do this. All right. What I'm going to do, first of all, though, is... Oh, hold on a second. Did we add the pages? Okay, wait, we haven't added the pages yet. Let's do this. Okay, I'm going to click on Add to Menu first. Sorry about that. Okay. Next, I will add custom links, okay? So we'll just add a hashtag here, and then we'll add men, okay? So we'll have a nice drop down for the men's products, and then we'll do the exact same thing for women as well. So women, add to menu. Okay, let's rearrange this. We'll put checkout here. Let's put men right there. Let's put women, and then we can simply put shop and then cart. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, now let's go over to the product categories. Now, for men, I know that hoodies, watches, t-shirts, jeans, I believe that was for women. Blazers is for men. So let's add those to the menu first of all. So I'm going to add now hoodies just under men. Let's add watches right there, t-shirts, and then blazers. Okay, and then let's now go ahead and add blouses, bracelets, the jeans, the bags. I think sneakers was for men. Okay, let's just go ahead and add sneakers as well. It's fine. Let me just do this. Sneakers goes on the men. All right. So now bags goes under women, jeans goes under women, blouses under women, and then bracelets under the women. Okay, that's our main menu. And then we're gonna come in here right now and tick main. Right there, let's save that. Okay, and now we're going to create another menu. This will be for the footer. So let's type in footer menu right there, create menu. And for the footer menu, we'll add student discounts, FAQs, shipping, and refunds. Okay, so let's add those. And there you go. So we'll display the location right here for footer, right there. Save the menu. And that is it. Okie dokie. All right, so that's it for the first part. We have installed the OceanWP theme. We've created our menus. And oh, let's do one more thing, actually. Let's go back to the cool store, to the back end, and we're going to create a home page. We need a custom home page. So let's do this. Pages. I forgot to add the home page. Silly me. Okay, let's just go ahead and add home. Let's publish that page. Let's come down here to settings. We'll go to reading. And we're going to now choose a home page display to be a static page. And then we'll choose home as that page. Save changes. Let's now go back to the front page. Let's refresh. And there you go. Okay, so that's it. So join me in the very next video where we'll now begin to make changes to our OceanWP theme. Alrighty, so let's get started with customizing the OceanWP theme. And boy, do we have a lot, and I mean a lot of things to do. I've actually written down all the necessary customizations on a piece of paper right next to me. So let's get started. I'm going to click on Customize up here. So let's go over to Customize and begin to make some nice changes to our store. Okay. So let's wait for the page to load. Come on, I'm recording. I don't have all day. Thank you. All right, so finally it's loaded. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to come down here to header. All right, and let's click in there. We'll go over to logo. All right, and I'm going to select my logo. And I do have the logo right here. So I'm going to select and I'm going to choose everything right here. We're not cropping anything. Let's go ahead and simply crop the whole image all over again. And okay, so you can't really see the image because, well, it's transparent and the background is also white and the text is white. But don't worry, that will change in just a moment. We do have the max width. I'm going to set the max width right here to 140. All right, let's go back. And now let's go over to general. All right, so the background color here, I'm going to take this to black. And there you go. Now for the height for the header, I'm going to go ahead and also choose 140. 140 pixels. Let me just type it manually. 140. Okay. Now over here you've got the style. All right. So there are different ways how you can design the header, and it's pretty cool. For example, if you went with vertical, right here, you would see the header now to the left of your screen. So they do have other designs in here, but for time, I'm just going to go ahead and simply choose minimal because that's the one I do like, but feel free to explore the other options available over there. Okay, I think this is all we need to do. Header, border, bottom. Let's go ahead and remove the header, border, bottom. Let's go back right here. All right, for the menu, check this out. I'm going to go ahead and leave the position to right. All right, so we're not changing anything in there. What we're going to change though is going to be the link color itself. So we're going to go with white for the link color. And there you go. We don't need to change anything else. Now you do have this effect of the text color becoming blue when you hover on it. I'm not going to change that, but if you wanted to change that, you would simply come over here and change the link color. So this is where you would make that change if you wanted to do that. I'm sorry, it's up here. I'm sorry, it's right here. It's the one up here. The one down here, which I just showed you, is for the drop down. It's for like the hoodies, watches, stuff like that. So yeah, well, there you go. I'm gonna go back over here, and that is that. I'm gonna click on top bar. Let's go to general, and in here you do have the enable top bar. I'll go ahead and disable that. We don't need a top bar. So there you go. That is that. Let's go and click outside. Next is to go over to the general settings. I believe that'll be under general options. And then in here you have general settings. So in here you've got the layout style. You have wide, boxed, separate. We're going to leave this on wide. But the main container, I'm going to stretch this over to 1400, which is pretty standard. And then for the content width and sidebar width, we'll leave that as it is. But for the layout, I'm going to choose the full width for the layout. And then for your search results page, when people search for things on your store, what are they looking for? Well, they're looking for products mostly. So I'm going to choose products right here for the source. Search post per page, we'll leave that blank. And that is that for the general settings. Let me click outside. And what do we have next? Okay, we do have some styling. So let's go to general styling right here. So over here, I'm not going to change anything, but this is where you can change like the primary colors for your links as well. You can add a specific background color and, change the colors of your borders and so on if you wanted to. Personally, I'm not going to change anything in there. I'm going to leave everything as it is. Okay, we're going to come down here now to the typography. Very, very important. And right here, you've got general. So I'm going to click on general. And in here, you do have the option of disabling Google fonts. People sometimes like to do this in order to improve the speed of their sites. But I'm not going to do that because in all honesty, yes, even though you disable Google fonts, the amount of time you gain isn't worth it in my humble opinion. I think there are more effective ways of increasing the speed of your website if you wanted to do that. All right, let's go over to body. And now in here, for the font family, I'm going to change this from default. And we're going to go over and say Montserrat. Feel free to use whatever font family you like. Personally, I do really like Montserrat, so I'm going to stick with Montserrat. And then I'm going to do the exact same thing for the H1. So I'll do Montserrat for H1. For the font size for H1, I'm going to make this 34 pixels. Okay. And the font weight in here would be medium 500. That's for the H1. And then for the H2, which we're going to be making use of quite a lot, let's go with Montserrat as well. The font size in here, let me just check what I have. I have 30 pixels for that one. And then the font weight is going to be 400. Okay, let's click outside. We'll do the exact same thing for H3 as well. 400 for the font weight. And then for the font size, this is going to be 26 pixels. Font family, of course, would be Montserrat. And there you go. All right, that's it for the typographies. We're going to go over now to the footer. Footer widgets. Let me see over here. All right, over here, I'm going to set the fixed footer to be on so that the footer is always at the bottom of our screen no matter what happens. And then we can also add a parallax footer effect, which you will see a bit later. So let's go ahead and turn that one as well. Is there anything else we need to change in here? I don't think so. The text color, sorry, the text color down here. Let's change this to white as well. Okay, let me click outside. Let's go over to footer bottom as well. The background color in here is set to black. But we'll change the text color over here to white as well so that people can see everything. And then for the copyright, let's just do this. I'm going to change ocean date right here. Let's remove the ocean date. I'll set this to copyright 2020. And I'll simply say the cool, in capital letters, the cool store. How about that? Okay. Let me click outside. And that is that for now. So we've made quite a few changes to the customization options for the OceanWP theme. Let's go ahead now and hit publish. And there you go. So let's go ahead, close this. And let's just take a look at the home page, and there you go. Now it's looking completely different from what we had initially, but this is just the start. We're going to be going back a bit later again to the customization options to make some further changes. But for now, we've added our logo, we've made some changes to the footer as well, and I hope you're getting really excited for what's going to happen next, because we're going to start building the home page. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully made a lot of changes to the OceanWP theme, and I did say that we're going to start working on the home page. But before we do that, let's fix the footer first of all. Okay, let's fix the footer, because right now we do have a nice header with the logo and menu. And for me, I usually like to take care of the header and then the footer before I start building the actual pages. So let's add some content to our footer, and to do this, I'm going to go over to the back end, and I'm just going to jump all the way down here to appearance. Let's go to widgets, and let's add some cool stuff. Okay, so the first thing here is the footer one over here, and we'll just go ahead and add the logo. So I'm going to drag the custom header logo widget, and we'll drop it into that sidebar. Okay, and then for footer two, I'm going to add a menu. So I'm going to click on custom menu right here, and I can add that, and then I can choose the menu we want to display. So I'm just going to go ahead and choose the same footer menu that we created earlier. So let's add that. And then for footer three, check this out. I'm going to add a contact info. So let's add that. So I'm going to remove this text that we have in there. So what do we have in here? We do have an address. I'll leave this as it is and simply leave the address. The phone number, we'll leave that one as well. Mobile, I'm going to remove mobile. We don't need that. We already have a phone number. Fax, I'm going to remove everything under fax as well. Email, we'll leave this as it is. Website, well, not necessary. Skype, we'll move that as well. And there you go. Let's go ahead and save this for footer 3. And then for footer 4, we're going to go ahead and add some social media icons. So let's scroll down here and see what we do have. Where is it? I don't see the social icons. Oh, there it is. Social icons. There it is right here. So let's drag social icons. Drop that right there. So follow us. Style is light. We'll leave that as it is. Let's come down here. We'll add some links for Twitter, Facebook, and of course Instagram, Pinterest, and YouTube, I guess. YouTube, let's go ahead, save that. And there you go. So let's go ahead now and take a look at what we have. Let's just make sure everything is saved. Okay, it should be fine now. Let's go back to the back end, onto the front end, sorry. And there you go. All right, so now we do have a rather nice looking footer, just like that. So we do have a logo, we do have a menu. Now, I do know that this menu and the menu at the footer itself are the exact same thing, but I wanted to do this deliberately just to show you what's possible with the OceanWP theme. So if you do want to display a menu or one of these two menus, you can decide which one you want to display. If you don't want to display the one down here, all you need to do is simply go to you'll go to customize, okay, and then let me just quickly show you. You go to customize, and then you will come down here to, this page always takes so long to load. It is driving me insane. Come on, will you load this page? And okay, thank you so much. It finally decided to load. Anyways, so to disable the widget down here, you would simply go to menus. You come down here to footer menu, and then you can simply uncheck the one here that says footer current. You just uncheck that one, and you no longer see the menu at the very bottom. So it really depends on what you want to achieve. If you do have another menu to show, you can simply create that menu, either decide to display it in the footer widget or at the footer itself. So that's really up to you. Okay, let's move on. And while we're at custom, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some changes to the way the content in here looks. Okay, so let's come down here to footer widgets. And what I'm going to do is, sorry, not footer widgets, we're going to go to our typography. Excuse me, typography. So let's come down here to the widgets, all right? And now in here, I'm going to change text transform over to the uppercase. So now everything in here is in uppercase. I think it looks better this way. Let's go back. We'll also come down here to the footer menu, change the text transform to uppercase as well. I think that looks a lot better. And then let's do the same thing for the very top as well, the main menu. Let's do that. So we're going to go over to main menu. And of course, we'll change the text transform over here to uppercase. I think it just looks better. For the drop down as well, we could do that. Let me just see what it's going to look like. Uppercase. Yeah, I think that works as well. Yeah, I think that works. In fact, I'm going to change the size of the main menu from 13 pixels over to 14 pixels. Make it just a little bit bigger. Let's go ahead and hit publish. And let's see how this looks like. Of course, all these changes are subjective. If you don't want to make your own menu items or capital letters or change the size, by all means, you can leave that as they are. And there you have it. Okay, dokie. We've got our header. We now have our footer as well. Things are beginning to look in place. I'm excited. So jump in the very next video where we'll now begin to create our awesome homepage. I will see you then. Okay, it is time for us to begin to build the home page, arguably the single most important page on any website. And the truth is, when it comes to designing websites, I am one of the laziest people you would ever find. I really don't like coming up with my own designs because, in all honesty, I'm not that great of a designer. So what I like to do is I would usually go to other websites similar to the one I'm building and then try to get some ideas from them. So what I did here was I simply went to Google and I went to the search bar on my browser and I simply typed in Calvin Klein. That was the very first designer that came to my mind. I don't know why, because I don't have any of Calvin Klein's products. I don't buy any of them, but for some reason it came to my mind and I typed in Calvin Klein and here we are. So this is Calvin Klein's homepage and you can see it's very, very minimal. There isn't that much going on. So basically, you know, you've got like your header, you've got like this announcement in lounge, shop lounge essentials with an extra 20% off. And then you've got these two buttons in here, shop women, shop men. And then you've got the two models, the female model on the left, the male model on the right. And then you've got this other image in here as well with another model and the shop now button that will take you to the shopping page. They do have their subscriber form in here, and then a section talking about the transparency, accountability, security, and that's it. So it's a pretty simple homepage, and we're going to build something a little bit similar to this. We're going to get some ideas from this, and just to give you an idea of what I'm going for, this is the test site that I'm building on the side where I do all the testing, and then I come over to this actual site and begin to do the actual building and recording. So I just gave you my work secret right there. But anyway, this is what we're going for. You can see I do have the shop for him, shop for her buttons, which is very similar to what we have over here. And of course, we've got the two models, male, female. We've got the discover best-selling products section. And then I decided to add this, rather nice section with the image in the background that has the parallax scrolling effect, and then the attractive model advertising summer sales, and then also the newest arrivals section, and then the transparency, accountability, security section as well, which is what we have over here. And that's pretty much where I have gotten to at this point. So we'll see how it goes, but yeah, let's get started. So I'm just gonna go ahead and close this. And in order for us to work effectively with the Gutenberg page builder, I have gone ahead to download and installed the Gutenberg blocks and page builder by Cubely. So if you haven't done so, please go ahead and do so. Let me go over to the back end. And let's come over here to the plugins section while I wait for the page to load. Okay, let's go over to plugins. And as you can see, I do have the Kubely Advanced Gutenberg Blocks plugin already activated. So please go ahead and do so. Oh, there is a new update for the MailChimp for WooCommerce. Let me quickly do that. Let me update that. And okay, so go ahead, install the Kubely plugin, and let's get started with the homepage. So I'm going to go back to the homepage. Let's go ahead now, click on Edit Page. So this will take us straight to the back end. And a couple of things we're going to do, first of all, before we begin building the content, would be to make sure that the page goes full width. And I'll do that down here, content layout. I'm going to go with 100% full width. All right, let's do that. And then for the header, we're going to disable the top bar. We don't need that. We'll enable the display header. Let's enable that one. And for the rest, we don't need to change anything in there. Okay, first thing we're going to do right now is we're going to add the section containing the two models. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead now and add a block. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to Kubely. And then in here, I'm going to choose the row block. Let's choose that one. We'll choose the 2-column layout. So we've got that. So I'm going to come in here right now and simply click on add a block. And I'm going to go with the image. All right, we're going to use the Kubely image block instead. So that's the image right there. And then in here, where you have the image type, right here, you've got the section for adding the image itself. So I'm going to click on insert. And then we're going to choose the image of the Asian model. This dude right here. Let's choose him. Let's select that. And then we're going to do something very similar in here as well. Let's go ahead, add the image block, come back here again. And then in here, we'll simply add the image of this lady. Let's add that one. And there you go. So we've got the two images. Pretty awesome. So there are a lot of things we're going to do right now. Let's first of all click in here to edit the actual row itself. So right here, you've got the content position. So I'm going to make this go downwards. And then in here where you have the gutter size, we're going to reduce that all the way to just 10. So we can make the images very, very close to one another. Under advanced, we're going to remove all the paddings. You can see where there's padding of 70 pixels top and bottom. We don't need that. So we'll make this 0. And then for the margin top as well, we'll just make this one 0 as well and the bottom as well. Let's just make sure that is set. And okay, next I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to choose the full width. All right. So let's go ahead now, update. And I forgot to do something over here where you have the styling for the row. Let's set the container to be full width as well. All right, so set full width in here. Let's go back again, update. And we're going to take a look at what we currently have. Let's go ahead, view the page. And let's see. Oh, there you go. So now we've got the two images right there. We still have home showing up here, and I don't like that. So let's change that. Let's come back over here where you have, title. We don't want to display the title. So let's go ahead and disable the page title. We don't need the title. Let's update. And then we'll go back in here. Let's refresh and see what we have. There you go. Beautiful. Okay. So we've got our two images up there. Next would be to add the buttons, the shop for, him, shop for her. So let's do that. Let's go back in here. Down here, I'm going to add again the same row, 2 columns. And then let me just click outside, click in here, click the button up here to take this up. So we're going to add the block right now. And again, we're going to make use of Kubely's button block. Let's add that one. So this will be shop in capital letters, shop for him. I'm typing that out. And now in here where you have style, let's go to style. We're going to choose outline. All right. For the button URL, we'll edit this a bit later. But for now, let's just stick with the hashtag. So where you have design, let's go over to the text color. We're going to make this one black. Okay. And then for the border, we're going to make the border black as well. However, remember that over here we do have the hover effect. You can see two things change. The background becomes black and then the text color turns to white. So let's do something similar in here as well. So I'm going to click right here. I'm just click outside where you have design. Let's switch from normal to hover. So I'm going to click on hover. So when we hover on the button, we want the text color to become white. All right. So it's white as it is, but then we're going to fill the color with black. So there you go, right? You can see it's very, very similar to what we have on the Calvin Klein's site. Awesome. Okay, let me just click outside, click back in here. I don't think there's anything else we need to change. I think that is fine. Okay, what we're going to do right now is rather than recreating the entire block, we're simply going to choose the more options right here for this particular block. Oh, I'm sorry, not that one. Let's click back in here. Okay, for this one down here, I'm going to click on more options and I'm going to click on duplicate. And then for the second button, I'm simply going to click on the drag icon right here, hold, and then simply dump right there. So now we have shop for him again, but now it's going to be shop for her. And it has the exact same designs as well. However, we're going to do some things in here to make this look actually really good. We're going to move the patterns again, and then we're going to make sure that the buttons actually go downwards, because if I update, I'm going to show you what this looks like right now. If I update and I come back in here and I refresh, all right, they look good, but we want the buttons closer to the images, right? And we want them right. We want the shop for him to be at the edge on the right, and then shop for her to be on the edge at the left of the image. So let's come back in here and make those changes. I'm going to click on the row. Let's first of all remove the patterns again. 0, 0. Let's set the margin top to be 0 as well. Margin bottom to be 0 as well. Okay. And then right here, I'm sorry, let's click now right here where you have again the rows, right where you have this. Right here, you have the content position, right? I'm going to click on down right here. So this will push the buttons downwards. And then for the gutter size, let's also make this 10, just like we did for the images. And then for the individual buttons, I am going to align the shop for him towards the right where you have alignment, right? And then I'm going to click on shop for her, come down here to style, and then shift this one to the left. All right. Let's go ahead now and update, and let's see what we have. Let's go back in here, refresh the page, and voila, there you go. Pretty awesome, right? However, let's be honest, the buttons in here, they're a little bit too close to the header. So let's actually add some margins. I think some margins would be good in here. So let's go back, click inside the row, go back, go to advanced, and then where you have margin top, let's add a margin top of let's say 20 pixels. I think this should be fine. Let's update. So this will add some spacing to the block. So let's come back in here. Let's refresh, and there you go. Awesome. So now we have some more space between the buttons and the border of our header. So there you go. We've been able to add the first section on our home page. We have the 2 images of our models, as well as buttons for shop for him, shop for her, which would go to shopping pages specifically for men, and then the shopping pages specifically for women. I will show you how to build those a bit later. But that's it. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully added the first part of the home page. So now let's go ahead now and display rows for our best-selling products as well as our newest arrivals. So let's go over to the back end, and I'm just going to come all the way down here, click on the plus button, and let's go ahead and add another row with the Cubely add-on. I'll choose a 1 column, and then for here, we're just simply going to add the header block. And I'm going to say in capital letters, let's just say discover our best selling products. Okay. And then I'm going to align this to the center. And then right here where you have this plus button just underneath directly the header, not this one down here, this is for like a whole new row, but I'm just going to click on the plus button right here just underneath the header, and I'm going to now go over to WooCommerce down here, and I'm going to choose best selling products. Let's go ahead and add that, and we'll add 4 columns, so we have 4 products. So the thing is, right now as it is, we're not selling anything, but what WooCommerce is going to do is that it will simply pick 4 products just to display. But in reality, if you are actually selling products, and WooCommerce will keep track of that and will display the accurate 4 best-selling products. So don't worry about this being wrong or it not being correct. So that's that. Let's go ahead now and update, and let's see what the page looks like. Let's refresh, come down here, and okay, not bad at all. I kind of like this. Now we could add some animation so that the best-selling products comes in a rather dramatic fashion. Okay, so let's try this. I'm gonna go over down here to where you have I'm just gonna click outside, sorry, where you have the actual row occupying everything. First of all, let's remove the paddings as usual. I don't know why by default this has 70 pixels of padding. That's a lot. Anyway, I clicked outside. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to click on animation. So we're going to animate the entire row, and there's a lot of, well, not too many. There's actually is this 7 of them, 7 different types of animations, but I'm going to go with the flip, and the direction will be from the right, and that's that. I'm just going to go ahead now and animate, and there you go. That's the animation. Let's go ahead, update, and let's see it live. I'm going to scroll all the way up, refresh the page. And now, okay, so, well, we didn't really see it, but it's there. There you go. That's how that works. And, okay, we're going to need to add some margins, actually, because this is a bit too close to the images of the models. So let's go back in here. So imagine top, we're going to make this, oh, that's a lot. We're going to make this, let's give this 20 pixels. 20 pixels, okay. Alrighty, I think this should look better. I'm going to go ahead now and simply duplicate this entire row. So we'll duplicate, we have that again down here, and I'll simply come in here right now and change the text from discover our best-selling products to newest arrivals. And then for this block, we're going to change this. So we're going to transform this to newest products. Now this will be accurate because WooCommerce will simply display the 4 last products that were created. So it's kind of funny that 3 of them, the cool blazer, sneakers, and melon bag, are actually 3 of the latest products I actually also created. Anyway, that's fine, I guess. Let's just go ahead and update this. And let's see how this looks like. Let's go ahead, refresh. Let's come down here, and okay, so not too bad, although this also has the same animation. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the animation for this particular row. Let's come down here, and oh, it looks like I'm actually editing the column and not the row. So you know what, let's do this. This is actually a new feature with Gutenberg that just came with the WordPress 5.4. You see down here at the bottom, we do have access to the hierarchical structure of our page. So I'm just going to click on row right now, click on row, and there you go. Now we can edit the row. So awesome. I'm going to come down here to advanced. Oh, sorry, not advanced, advanced up here, and now animation. I keep getting confused. All right, I'm going to remove the animation right here. Just click on the X button and we've removed the animation. Let's go ahead, update. And let's go back in here. Let's refresh the page. And okay, so it's only discover best-selling products that now animates. Okay, not bad at all. Join me in the very next video where we'll continue building out. And in fact, we'll try and finish our homepage in the next video. I'll see you then. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully added our best-selling products as well as the newest arrivals. But now let's go ahead and add the next 2 sections. And the first one here is going to be this right here, where you have this the model in the background, and then advertising summer sales. So we're gonna try and recreate this, and it's gonna be a little bit tricky, but don't worry, I will walk you through every step of the way. So let's go to the back end. Let's go to our page. So the first thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and add a row. Okay, let's add the row. We'll choose the one column for the row. And then inside of the row, we're going to add a block, and I'm going to add the columns block from Gutenberg. So it's under, I think it's under formatting. No, it should be under layout. Sorry, layout elements. And there you go. So it's under layout elements. So let's add columns. And we're going to choose 3 columns. And I'm going to explain exactly why this is the case. So I'm going to choose 3 columns. What I'm going to do here is, first of all, let's edit the row, and we're going to make this full width. All right. And then we're going to add the background image right now. So I'm going to come down here to background. Let's choose that. I'm going to choose background type, and in here, you can choose the image. So I'm going to click on background image. Let's click in there to insert the image, and it's going to be this one right here, the summer image. Let's go ahead, select. And there you go. Okay, now for over here where you have parallax, we're going to say fixed, because we're going to make this fixed so that once we scroll down or scroll up, the image is just fixed there in the background. Okie dokie. Over here, let's change the container width as well to full width as well. And then down here where you have the advanced background, in certain cases where maybe the image you use, maybe if things look a little bit different, basically in here, this is where you can play around with how you want to display the image. So for example, the background position right now is set to center, but you could change this to left bottom, and that will change the angles from which the images are displayed. If you have a very small image, you can choose to constantly repeat the image so that it occupies the entire width and height. And then finally, the background size, you can play around with this and see how best your images are actually displayed. So feel free to play around with all these options. They are available for you. Okay, that is that for the background. The overlay, we'll take a look at this a bit later. But what I'm going to do right now is where you have the second column, I'm going to add plus, and I'm going to add the advanced text under Cubely. So over here, we have the advanced text. Let's go ahead and add that one. And then note though that I'm going to click on column down here, which is the middle column. Let's click in there, and where you have the percentage width, I'm going to change this to 50%. Okay, we're going to make that 50%. Let's go ahead now and update. And let's see how this is looking like on the front end. Let's come back down here, refresh the page. Let's come over here, and okay, so it's starting to look a little bit decent. The thing here is this, okay, the reason why I chose to go with the 3 columns and not 1 column or 2 columns is because if we had gone with 1 column, all this text you're seeing right here would be further to the left. All right, but we want it to be a bit more central, and that's kind of why I decided to go with 3 columns. That way we can as much as possible centralize the text and the header right here in the middle of the background image. That's why I decided to use 3 columns as opposed to 1 column or 2 columns. Anyway, let's go back in here, and we're going to make some changes right now to the advanced text. So let's click on advanced text right there. Let's go over to style, and over here where you have the text, I'm going to open up text. I'm going to turn on the typography. For the font size, we're going to go with 24 pixels. 24 pixels. Let's click on text again. The text color here is going to be white. Okay. I think that is fine. Let's go over now to the title. So that's H2. We're going to make the title 40 pixels, or rather 44 pixels. I'm sorry. 44. We're going to change the color as well to green. This is a little bit too green. Let's come over here. Let's see. I think this should be fine. So let's change the text to summer. is here. Okay, I think that is that. Let's come down here right now where you have the plus button. We're now going to add the block. I'm sorry, the button. So we're going to go with the button with Kubely. And I'm going to say shop now. Okay. And then for the button itself, I'm going to go over here to style. We're going to align this to the left. In here, I'm going to add / and then shop, which will take them directly to the shopping page. Okay. That's that. All right, so let's change the design. So I'm going to make the text color is white. Fine. We're going to fill this up with the red color. I think that is fine. And okay, let's go ahead and update and let's see how this is looking like. This should be much better. Now let's refresh the page. And there you go. Okay, not too bad. Summary is here. And then of course we have the text in there, shop now. Let's go back and let's try to add a little bit of some overlay so that the text can be a little bit more visible. So we're going to go back in here. Let me come down here, click on row, and then I'll go over to the background, come all the way down here where you have overlay. Let's enable the overlay. The overlay color, of course, would be black, and that's a bit too much. So I'm going to bring this all the way down. Let's go with 0.14. You don't want to make it too dark because remember that this is supposed to be summer. You know, the sun is supposed to be shining, and you know, you don't want to make the overlay a bit too dark. Okay, I think we are fine. One more thing we could change would be the height. So we can switch from auto to custom, and we can go with, let's say 600 pixels. I think 600 pixels should be fine. So content position, we're going to choose middle right there, update. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh the page. And there you go. Much better. Okay, so that's it. We've successfully added the summer section. But the last thing we need to do is to put this section in the middle of the best-selling products and newest arrival. So we'll just come in here and very simply, right here, where you have the move up button, just click in there. And there you go. Update. Let's go back in here, refresh. And voila, there you go. So the home page is starting to look really nice. Join me in the next video where we'll now add the very last section on our home page. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying the course thus far. Now we're going to go ahead and finish the home page by adding 2 more sections. And the first one is going to involve some text and a link. So let's do this. I'm going to come in here right now. And I'm going to add my row. And of course, I'm going to go with the 2 columns. For the first column, I'm going to add the heading for Kubely. So you have the advanced, I'm sorry, not the advanced heading, but just heading. It's called just the regular heading. So I'm going to add that one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in some words. So let's go with accountability. Press enter. We're going to go with transparency. And then finally, security. Okay. And then for the second column, we're going to add advanced text. And I'm going to add for the regular text itself. I've already copied and pasted. I've already copied some text. So that's it. We're committed to your privacy. Learn more about the steps we're taking. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, let's make some changes to the row itself. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a background of black right there. Let's make this really black. So I'm going to type in 000. That is the hexadecimal value for black, by the way. All right. And then I'm going to make this go full width as well. Let's change the color of our headings. Let's go over to style. Heading color here is going to be white. And there's some other things I'm going to change right here, like the line height. I'll come down here to advanced typography. So let's change the line height in here. And we're going to go all the way to 64 pixels so that there is some space between the individual headings. So 64 pixels. And now let's go over to the advanced text block. Let's come down here to style. For the title, we're going to disable the title because we don't need a title. So let's close that. Now for the text itself, I'm going to type in white color for the text. And then let's activate the typography so we can also add a font size of 18 pixels. Not too big, not too small. 18 pixels. Awesome. And that is it. We're going to add now a button as well in here. So I'm going to come right here, and then you can see I do have the option of adding a block. So I'm going to click on add block, and of course we'll add a button in here, and we'll simply type in learn more. Let's go over to the style. Let's align to the left. In here for the URL, this will normally go to your privacy and policy page, by the way. So, but I'll just leave this on the hashtag. Let's go with the outline design. Let's come down here to design, change the text color over to white, border color to white as well. Okay, let's go ahead and update, and let's see how this would look like. Let's go ahead and view the page, and let's see if we need to make any more changes. And okay, it's not bad at all. It's actually looking pretty good, although I would like to add some extra padding, make this row actually a bit tall. It's kind of short right now as it is. So let's go back in here, make sure we're editing the row. Let's go over to advanced, and okay, right now you can see we've got some padding 70. Let's make this 75. Okay, so let's just add a little bit extra, update, and okay, that should look good. Now for the final section, we're going to add a contact form. Okay, so let's go ahead again. We'll add a row, and then this time we're going to simply add a single column. I'm going to come in here right now, and the first I'm going to add in here would be the heading. So right here I'm going to say let's say need to get in touch, question mark. For the style, we can align this to the center. Let's increase this size to 30 pixels, make it really big. And then the next thing we're going to do is to add the contact form. So I'm going to click on the plus button just underneath the header right here. And then we're going to go over to Kubely, and Kubely also has a contact form. And we're going to choose it. This is it right here, contact form. Let's add that. So over here on the right where we have style, I'm going to go with material instead. I think material looks a bit better. And that's that. Let's go ahead and change the design of the button. So I'm going to come down here to button, and we'll stick with fill this time. Let's align to the center. For the size, we're going to go with large size. For the design, let's change the text color over here to, let's go with white. And then fill color will be black. I think that would look good. 000, enter. And okay, well, let's go ahead now and update. And let's see how this looks like. Let's come in here, refresh the page. And look at that, not bad at all. This is looking pretty good. Only thing is I'm going to add some space between the need to get in touch and the actual form. So let's go back in here. And now from here, in order to create space, I'm going to click on this button right here, the spacer. So I'll click in there, and now you can see we have top and bottom. So for bottom, I'm going to increase this. Let's go all the way to 30 pixels, and I think that should be fine. Update. And we are very nearly done. Let's go back and see what we have. Okay, that looks a bit better than what we originally had. So that's pretty much it. We've come to the end of building the home page, although there are one or two little touches I need to apply. Right now, as it is, you can see that Discover a best-selling product is a bit too close to the model, so we need to create some space there. And we can also create some space between the newest arrivals and these section containing the model and the summer sales. And then the text in here for the summer sales is a bit too big as well. So let's make those changes really quick. Okay, I'm going to go back to the back end and let's start over here. I'm going to click on the row. Let's go over to advanced. So margin from the top, I'm going to increase this all the way to, let's go with 40 pixels. All right, we'll do the same thing here as well. Click on the row, go over to advanced, increase this to 40 pixels. And then the text right here, what did we have the size here? 24 pixels. Let's bring this down to 20 pixels. Let's go ahead, update. And I think we should be fine. Now, it's this little kind of changes that make a huge difference actually in the way your site looks like. And let us see now. Okay, looking a bit better now, a bit better. Okay, this also looks a bit more presentable right now. Nearest arrivals looks a bit cleaner. And there you go. Okay, I'm happy with what we currently have. Of course, you can always create a bit more space. Space them out to your heart's content or whatever you feel is appropriate. In all honesty, we could still add a bit more space between the titles and then the images themselves. The same thing could be done in here as well, but feel free to do that on your own. So that's it. We've come to the end of building our home page. Not too bad at all. And I hope you've enjoyed this. I'll jump in the very next video where we'll continue building out the rest of the website. The next page I want us to build is going to be the page for the shop for him, where ideally if anyone clicks on this link, it should take them to a page displaying all the products specifically for men. So let's do this, okay? I'm going to go over to the back end and I'm going to add our new page. Let's go to pages, add new, and I am going to call this clothing for men. Okay, so let's go ahead, add our row, go with the one column. Now check this out. Okay, I'm going to click on add block and we'll go over to WooCommerce down here. And then I'm going to come in here right now and choose products by tag. So I'm going to click in there and then I'm simply going to choose the tag called men. So I'll type it in here, men, tick that, click done. And there you go. Over here right now where we have the design, I'm going to switch over from 3 columns. I'm going to come down here where we have 1 row. I'm going to go with 3 rows. I think I've got 7 products in total for men. So I think 3 rows with 3 columns should be enough to show them all. And well, that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead, hit publish, publish again. And there you go. Let's go ahead now, view the page. And voila, as simple as that. Now our men can come to this particular page and buy products specifically for them. Now, in a situation where you haven't tagged all your products with men or women, and you're looking for a different way to display this, well, what you can do is you can also display products based on categories, right? So from here, I can come down here. Let's go to the plus button, add a new block. Let's go back to WooCommerce. And then over here, you have the, where is it? Products by category. This is the block right here. You can click in there. And then all you need to do right here is to simply choose the categories for the male. So in this case right now, I've got blazers, I've got hoodies, I've got the t-shirts, I've got the sneakers, and I've got the watches, all right? So I can put them right there. I can hit done. And there you go. So right now, this will display all the products by the categories. So I can do the exact same thing again, make it 3 rows. And there you go. So you're just basically getting the exact same result in a different way, in a different manner. That's basically what that is. So let me just go ahead and remove this block and update the page. And there you go. So you could do the exact same thing for the women's page as well, clothing for women. One thing we could also do is to go back to the home page and to now add the link to this particular shop for him button. So I'm going to go back to edit page. And while we're editing this particular section holding the buttons, I'm going to come over here to the row and let's quickly add some more margin. So let's make this, let's go all the way to 50 pixels for the margin. All right, for the top. All right, so for the shop for him, I'm going to click on the button right there. And I'm going to go over to style. Where we have the button URL, I'm simply going to add the / and then clothing dash for dash men. That's the link right there. Let's go ahead, update. And let's see how the page is going to look like. Okay, shop for him. Click in there. And of course, that takes them straight to the clothing for men's page. Pretty awesome. One more thing you could do is you could also come in here where you have the main menu. And then instead of using the custom link, let me just quickly show you. Instead of using the custom link that we created for men and women, you can simply come back in here right now and then add the clothing for men. You could add that. Oh, sorry, let me change the footer, the menu to main menu instead, not the footer menu. Okay, so from here right now, you can add clothing for men, add to the menu. All right. And then from here, you could just simply click on the drop down arrow in here and then simply change the navigation label to just men. Okay. Let me click right here and then just come back in here right now and switch, make men the main item. Let's remove the custom link for the men, remove that one. And then we just come in here, we arrange the categories, and there you go, save menu. And voila, we are done. So now anytime anybody clicks on the men button right here, it will take them straight to the clothing for men's page. So that's that. You can do the exact same thing for the women's page as well. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Okay, let's now take a look at the remaining WooCommerce pages, starting off with the single product page. And just like with the shopping page, we do have the sidebar to the left, and I don't like that. So let's go ahead now and hit the customize button to change the way our single products look like. And as usual, I'm going to come down here to WooCommerce, and we're going to go over now to single products. Let's go over here, and I'm going to switch the layout over to full width. And voila, there you go. All right, in here we're gonna make a few more changes. You do have the enable Ajax to add to cart button, which I will check to improve the add to cart button. And then down here you have the upsells and related items. You definitely want to display this to try to improve our conversions. And then down here you do have the display floating bar set to yes. What this floating bar is this. Notice that if I begin to scroll down, we now have this bar show up, showing the product that we've selected, as well as the price and the add to cart button right there. So this psychologically helps to improve conversions, and I would highly recommend you keep this set to yes. This of course would only work if indeed you do already have an item in your cart. And of course in here you can change the design of the floating bar. Okay, that's it for the single product. Over here where we have general, in here you could decide to work with the custom WooCommerce sidebar if you wanted to, but I'm not working with sidebars. If you go over to your widgets section, you will see lots of widgets specifically for WooCommerce. You can work with them if you want to, but like I said, personally, I'm not going to work with the sidebar. In here, I know we haven't worked with the products on sale, stuff like that. But if you set a product on sale in here, you can change the design of how it will look like. So you can add a badge, either square or circle. And then for the actual content itself, you could either say the on sale text, which would say on sale, or you could go with percentage where it could be something like 75% off, or something along those lines. Okay, let's go back down here to your menu cart. Now you do have the option of hiding if it's empty. So if you check the box right here, no one will see the shopping cart until they actually add an item. I think it's a good idea. Over here, you do have the display. So you've got currently right now, you can see over here we have the icon and then the count. So you could change that one to something else, like say cart account and then total. So this would actually show you the well, it's not even showing us the the price. I thought it was going to show us the full price right there. Anyway, not important. Down here you do have the cart icon that you can switch to, you know, something else, and of course you can change the design, the colors and so on. Let's go back. We've talked about archives, we've talked about the single product, and now for the cart itself, over here you do have a distraction-free cart. I would not recommend you do that, and I'm going to tell you why in just a second. Let's go back. Let's go to checkout. Now, I'm going to click on the checkout page right here. And to be honest, you don't need the company name field. I think it's not necessary, so I'm going to remove this. I will set this to hidden. Address line 2 as well. In fact, I have never filled the address line 2 before, but who knows, maybe certain people in certain countries do have a line 2 for the address, so I'll just leave that optional. And over here for the phone field, I'm going to hide this one as well. Customers should not need to provide you with their phone number. I think that's a bit too invasive rather. Our privacy and policy page has been set to privacy and policy. If you have your terms and conditions page, which I would recommend that you create, you simply come in here and set that page to it right here. Let's come down here. So over here, you've also got the distraction-free checkout. Now, the reason why I don't recommend these is because if you check this right now, you check the distraction-free checkout, what's going to happen right now is that on the checkout page, the customer can no longer exit this page. You can see the menu items have been hidden. There is no back to previous page or back to the cart page or anything like that. This is what the distraction-free checkout page is like, and I don't think it's a good idea. So I'm going to uncheck that. And that is that. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the advanced styling. So in here, you can change again the on sale background, coloring scheme, out of stock, your stars, and so on. Product entry as well. You can change all sorts of colors in here. I'm not going to go into that. And then finally, you've got the product images. Now, I would only recommend that you make some changes in here if you don't like the way your images are currently being cropped. So you can experiment by coming here to uncropped. You can try uncropped first of all. You can go with custom, or you can simply come in here and set a particular set width, a main image width, and then a thumbnail width for your images. So feel free to play around with these options if you don't like the way your images are currently being cropped. Last but not least, you've got the store notice, which isn't too effective because if I come in here right now and I enable this, basically this information will be displayed at the bottom of your screen, and ideally you want to display notices at the top of your website in case you're running maybe major sales or stuff like that. I'm going to show you how you can do that a bit later. So I'll go ahead and disable the store notice and of course publish my changes, and voila, there you go. Awesome. So that's it. We've successfully designed our website. Join me in the very next video where we'll take a look at the responsive design. Okay, let's take a look at responsive design, and you should never ever forget about responsive design because almost 50% of people now spend more time on their phones than they do on the desktop. So you really want to make sure that your site looks great on all mobile devices. Now, the good news is by default, OceanWP theme is very responsive. But let's take a look at what we currently have. If I minimize my website right now, minimize the screen, you can see that the header looks fantastic. I mean, the menu, this is awesome. This looks beautiful. There is no need to change anything in here at all. Unfortunately, though, the buttons, the shop for him, shop for her, are out of place. We need to fix those. But let's scroll down here and let's see what else we have. Over here, we no longer see the model and the background, but that's because the background image itself, the model was not centralized. She was more towards the right. So personally, I don't care about that. But if you're interested in showing your models in the center, make sure you have an image where the model is in the center of the image. The rest of the site looks pretty good. There is no need to change anything else in here, even at the smallest screen size. The footer looks fantastic. Everything else looks pretty good. I like what I'm saying. There is really no need to change anything except the shop for him and then shop for her button. So how do we fix this? All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the back end. And then from here, let's go ahead now and take a look at the buttons. All right, so I've clicked on shop for him. I'm going to go over to style. All right, and now over here where you have the alignment, make sure this is set to the phone. And for this alignment, I'm going to choose center. We'll do the same thing for shop for her as well. Make sure this is set to center for the phone. Let's go ahead, update. And oh, we could do the same thing for the tablet as well. I'm sorry. Let's do the exact same thing for tablet for both of them. Okay, update. And now let's go back. Let's refresh the page. And now this should look much better. So there you go. Now shop for him, shop for her, and now aligned perfectly at the center at all screen sizes from tablet down to the mobile phone. Okay, this looks better, but in all honesty, this isn't exactly the most effective design, because ideally you'd want to display the male model and then maybe shop for him underneath the image, or maybe even inside of the image, like a centralized button, as well as the same thing for shop for her as well. So we could do that, but I'm going to show you something that we could execute really quickly. Okay, let's go back to the back end. And what I'm going to do is for this particular column holding, I'm going to come down here, click on column. So for the column holding our buttons, I'm going to come down here. Let's go to advanced. And then down here, you have the option of hiding on tablet. So I can say hide on tablet or hide on phone. I will say hide on phone for now. Okay. And then let me go ahead, update. And let's see how this looks like right now. Let's refresh the page and then minimize again. All right, so shop for him has gone, but we also need to do the same thing for shop for her as well. So let's go to shop for her, go to advanced, and then also hide on the phone, update. Let's go back in here, refresh. Minimize the page, and there you go. So both buttons are now gone, but we need to make these two images clickable. Okay, so to do that, very simple. We'll go and click on the image, and now down here you now have the URL where you can add the link for the image. So in here you can simply now add the clothing for men. Okay, and then you can do the exact same thing for the clothing for women as well. So if I go ahead now and update, go back in here, refresh the page, let's minimize the screen, and then I click on the male model, it's going to go straight to the clothing for men's page. So that's exactly how you could fix that. So there you go. We've been able to fix the buttons. We've actually hidden them, but now we've made the images of the models clickable. And that is pretty much it for the responsive design. Other pages are responsive by default. I've already checked them with the OceanWP theme, and you can see, for example, the shopping page in here looks very good. No need to change anything at all, and that is pretty much it. But I'll recommend, of course, that you take a look at your entire site on your mobile phone and fix any issues that you might see. So that's it for the responsive design. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Alright, so that's it. We've come to the end of this section where we've designed the store. And before I go on to the next section, I just wanted to give you a few more tips. Feel free to check out other designer websites, other stores that sell clothing and so on. For example, with Calvin Klein, where I got the inspiration for the shop for men, shop for women buttons. In here, for example, if they click on shop men, you can see it takes them over to this really awesome looking page where you now have like images of all the men's products listed out. And it's similar to what we currently have, except for the fact that these have a lot of products, many of them. And of course, these are professional photographs of the models and the Calvin Klein products, basically. So that's one of the major differences. And of course, in here you can see the products have on sale prices, regular prices, and so on. So the point I'm trying to make here is that feel free to take a look at other sites and try to get some inspiration from there. And oh wow, look at this. In here you do have the underwear model for the women's page. So you can see how the women's clothing page is designed. It's not like what we have in here for the shop for him, where you basically have all the products for the men listed out very simply. In here you now have like the categories being listed out. So in here you have the underwear, which I will take a look at once I'm done with this video. Well, anyway, you've got the underwear category right there. But now you also have the apparel category. You come down in here and you can see different designs and so on. So you could get some inspiration in here. So for example, for your men's clothing page or the women's clothing page, rather than displaying all the products at once, you could simply use the Kubely row, and then you could add like a background image and then add a button specifically for the, let's say, the blazers products. And then when they click on that button, it will take them to a page specifically for blazers. And of course, you will create that page the same way you created the clothing for men or clothing for women. Simply choose products by tag and then choose blazers, or choose products by category and then choose blazers. So that's basically how you would create something like this. So feel free to check out what they have on the other pages, the home page, the sales page. Take a look at what they have and get some inspiration. Gutenberg is not the perfect, it's not the best page builder out there for WordPress, but it has come a long way, and with the help of Kubely, you can create some really good looking pages. That's all I wanted to say. Feel free to experiment with different coloring schemes, although don't get too colorful. Stick with black or white. If you notice, most of this shopping websites, the designer websites, they typically have lots of black and white, essentially. So don't go gung-ho with your coloring scheme. You could try different font families if you wanted to, different font sizes, but always remember to keep your pages clean and try to advertise your products whenever possible. So that's pretty much it for the designing of our cool store. Jump in the very next section where we'll now begin to enhance the functionality of our store. Well, hope you enjoyed the previous section on design. Now let's move on to the final section where we will be enhancing the functionality of our store. Now, as it is right now, we do have ourselves a complete store. We have our products, we have our payment gateways, we have shipping, we have coupons, we have the design, but there are still some extra functionality we can add to really make our WooCommerce store a world-class store. So coming up in this section, I'll be walking you through a few plugins that we can use to enhance the functionality. We'll talk about how you can manage refunds, how you can allow your customers to be able to choose the delivery dates, how they can track their orders, and so much more. So with these extra functionalities, your store would really be a complete one. So without wasting any time, let's get started. Let's talk about how you can enable your customers to ask for refunds and also how you can process those refunds. Now, as a business owner, you don't pray for refunds. You don't want customers asking for refunds, but it's inevitable. Eventually, you're going to have one or two customers who would not like what they bought from you and they would like a refund. And you need to have a process in place where you can take care of such requests. Now, the plugin I'm going to introduce you to here is the Yeeth Advanced Refund System for WooCommerce. There is a paid version, but there is also a free version. I'm going to show you exactly how both work. So I have already gone ahead to install the free version of the plugin, And if I go to the back end, as a result of me installing the plugin, you will now see YITH right here. And then if I hover on that, you will now see the advanced refund system plugin. I'm going to click in there. And basically with the free version, you have access to very basic settings. Of course, you can allow refunds. That's the whole point. So keep this enabled. Now in here, you can set the number of days that your customers would have for them to ask for a refund from the day they actually bought the product. So the default is usually 30 days, but this will depend on you. And then of course, you can also enable taxes. In this case, if you want to refund the taxes that your customers may have paid, I think it's a good idea. So you can keep this checked as well. With the premium version, which unfortunately I don't have access to, I'll show you what you can do with the premium version a bit later. Let's just stick with the free version for now. Let me just save my changes. So right now as it is, if I go over to my account, or if any customer goes to their my account page, they will now see down here my refund requests. Okay, so if I click in there, because I haven't made any refunds myself, you will see this message. But in a situation where they've made a refund request, they will see the requests right here. Now let me switch over to a customer's my account page and show you what they will now be able to do with the plugin. All right, so I switched over to the customer, Dick Jones. And now Mr. Jones can come down here to the orders that he has made from the cool store. And when he clicks on orders, right now he will have the ability to click view for the orders that he's made. And then from here, he will now be able to refund his entire order. That's the button right here. So you can click in there, refund my entire order. This pop-up box will appear asking for a reason. And let me just say, I don't like them. Let me just say that. Submit. And okay, so the refund request has been submitted. Now, if Mr. Jones comes down here to my refund requests, he will now see the refund request that he's just made. Now, switching back to the admin view, if I come down here to YITH refund requests and I click in there, now you can see the refund request made by Dick Jones. So I can simply go ahead and edit the request. I can basically view it. And then over here, I can now choose to restock the selected amounts. I can choose to reject the request maybe. I can refund via PayPal, which was the system he used to make the payment. Or I can refund manually. I can also write an answer to them in response to the reason they gave for requesting for the refund. So that's how the entire process works. It's very, very, very cool. However, the major downside of using the free version is that customers can only make a refund request for the entire order. So in this case right now, Mr. Jones did not have the option of selectively choosing which product he wanted to ask for a refund. So maybe out of these three, maybe he didn't like the Lorex wristwatch, right? Ideally, he should be able to specifically request for a refund for the Lorex wristwatch while keeping the blazer and the sneakers. With the free version, unfortunately, you don't have that luxury, and that's where the paid version of the plugin comes into play. So with the paid version, your customers will be able to specifically ask for which products they want to get for a refund. And in addition to that, let me show you. In addition to that, you can choose to accept all requests automatically, although I would not recommend that. You might want to manually review every request for a refund. You can also offer a coupon in exchange to them, and then you can also choose to automatically restock the products once the refund has been processed. And then over here, you can allow refunds based on the order total. You can also allow a file upload. This would be very, very, very good if your customers need to upload proof of why they need to ask for a refund. Maybe the product came damaged from shipping. They can take pictures, upload to them. That would be very, very, very cool. So In all honesty, if you're building a real store, I would highly recommend you check out the paid version of this particular plugin, because refunds are an essential part of any WooCommerce store, and it's not that expensive. I mean, for one single site, you can get it for about 60 euros. So that's it for managing refunds. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. The next functionality we're adding is a very simple functionality, but one that's also very important. And I'm talking about the functionality for sharing products. You want your customers to be able to share your products with their friends online. I mean, imagine if a customer comes to your site, they see this particular product, maybe it's a shirt or something else, and they really like it and they want to tell their friends or their family members about it. You want to make sure that they can share those products with them. So we're going to make use of this plugin, WooCommerce Product Page Social Share, by Sajjad Hossein Sagor. I may have butchered that pronunciation, but anyways, I have already gone ahead to download, install, and activate the plugin. And as a result, down here, you can see the social sharing link right there. So I'm going to click in there first of all and take a look at what we have for the options. So over here, first of all, you want to make sure that you can show the product sharing button. So we're going to turn this on. Now for the position, there is quite a few places where you can place the position of the social icons. I would recommend either before the product title or after the add to cart button. So I'll go with the add to cart button, but feel free to choose your own preferred position. For the button style, I'm going to go with the circular. I like those. Now over here, we need to add the social services. I'm going to add Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest. What else do we have here? Facebook Messenger. And yeah, I think that's okay. I'm going to go ahead, save my changes. And now finally, you have the option of going with icons only or text with icons. I'm going to go with icons only. Let's go ahead now, save the changes. And let's see the effect this is going to have. Okay, let's now go over to view one of our products. Let me go ahead and take a look at the Lorex wristwatch. And there you go. So down here right now, you can see the icons for sharing this particular product. So very, very simple plugin, very simple settings, but very, very effective. And hopefully you will make lots of sales with this plugin. I will see you in the next class. Let's take a look at the Yeeth WooCommerce Delivery Date plugin. And the advantage of this plugin is that it allows your customers to choose a specific day when they would like to have their orders delivered. This is a fantastic addition to any WooCommerce store, and let me show you exactly how this works. I have already gone ahead to install, download, and activate the plugin. And down here, you will see the order delivery date. We are working with the free version, by the way, but there's also a paid version. We'll talk about that a bit later. But if I click on the link for the plugin, it's going to bring me to this page. And by the way, if you're watching this tutorial and and they still have this particular promo running, this is until April 14th, 2020. You can get it for the $9.50, but the chances are you're probably going to watch this a bit after this particular date. But anyway, let's just move on. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and enable the delivery date capture on the checkout page. Very, very important. Now over here, you do have the option of choosing what days you actually do delivery. So you have Monday to Sunday basically by default. Minimum delivery time. Now this is important because whatever you put in here will represent the earliest date from which customers can begin to ask for delivery. So you want to be very, very, very careful here. I'm going to go with 72 hours, which is 3 days. I'm just going to assume that within 3 days, no matter the location of the customer, we'll be able to deliver the product to them. But again, like I said, be very, very careful with what you put in here. Number of dates to choose, default is 30 days. So basically they can choose 30 days or 30 different dates for the delivery. Let's scroll further down in here. You can make it a mandatory field, but I don't think you want to do that. Maximum order deliveries per day, which is also based on per order. I'm going to go with 1. Okay, we can only do 1 delivery per day, no more than that. Sort on WooCommerce orders page. You can enable default sorting of orders, but this is not necessary. I'll just leave this unchecked. Auto-populate first available delivery date. So this again is optional. It's relative. If you want to do that, by all means, I'll just stick with that. There's no point on checking that. Now over here, you've got the apply minimum delivery time for non-working weekdays. This is important if you're not delivering every single day. If you're delivering every single day, this doesn't matter. But if you delivered only Mondays to Fridays, for example, you want to come in here and check this box. So in here, you have an example of how it works. It says, if the minimum delivery time in hours is set to 48, mine is 72, and Saturday is disabled for delivery. Now, if a customer visits the website on a Friday, then the first available date will be Monday and then not Sunday. So like I said, this is important if you're not delivering every single day. And okay, that's it for the basic settings. Let me go ahead and save this. And let's go over to the appearance. Now you can also customize the way it looks like. Nothing much to change in here. I'll just leave the defaults. Although over here, you've got the field placement on the checkout page. Where would you like customers to be able to see the option of choosing their delivery date? In billing section is the default, but you can, customize this if you want to. Delivery date field on the cart page, not necessary. I don't think so. And then over here, you've got the themes. There's a whole range of different themes that you can choose from. So choose the one that matches the theme that you're using. In this case, for OceanWP, this is perfectly fine. Now, if you are selling virtual products, then you don't need delivery dates because the delivery should be instant, right? They buy the virtual product, they get a download link. So you can disable that for your virtual products. Let's go ahead, save the settings. And okay, now holidays in here, you can also create holidays, maybe Easter holidays, Christmas holidays. You can put the name, the dates, and then you can also choose to allow this to occur every year. And then you can save your settings, and basically you will not be providing any deliveries on that particular day. Okay, let's go over to the store and see how this would work. So I'm going to go over to my cart. Let's just go ahead and proceed to checkout, basically. So let's proceed to checkout. And over here right now, let's come down here. Over here, you can now see the delivery date option. Right now, it's set to 6th of April because today's date is 3rd of April, and I set the minimum delivery time to be 72 hours. So 6th of April is the next available date. And of course, they can choose from 6th of April all the way till 5th of May, because we set 30 days as the number of dates they can choose from. So that's basically how this would work. Now, when a customer chooses a date and then makes the payment, you will receive the email that from WooCommerce telling you that a new product has been purchased. You will see the delivery date noted there as well. So don't worry about you not seeing the delivery date your customers have chosen. Now, here's the example of the kind of email that you as a store owner would receive once a customer has made a purchase and they've chosen the delivery date. Over here, you can see right now that Mr. Dick Jones chose, Mr. John Jones, this time the brother of Dick Jones, he chose the delivery date of 16th of April. So you as the shop owner, you would see this, and also Mr. John Jones or your customers, they will see the exact same thing in the receipt that they get as well. So that's basically how the plugin works. Now, with the paid version of the plugin, it's far more robust. You have far more options available, and they're quite a lot, and it could take me the entire day just to tell you what else you can do with the paid version of the plugin. But you can see it right here. There are so many options. You can show days available for delivery, increase the shipping fees as well for specific days. So maybe for weekends, you can enable weekend deliveries, but that will cost more, as an example. You can split deliveries into time slots as well. Very, very, very cool. So rather than your customers telling you that you can deliver on a particular day, they can even be more specific and tell you a particular time during that day that they can get their deliveries. Very, very, very cool. And you can see the other options in there, much more options available with the paid version of the plugin. So be sure to check it out if you are interested. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Ideally, every once in a while, you might want to make a major announcement or a major promotion on your site. And the best way to capture the attention of your customers so that they see that notice is by creating a notification bar. And the best plugin for doing so is the custom notifications and alerts plugin for WordPress by My Theme Shop. I love these guys. They make awesome themes and plugins. Now, they do have a paid version of the plugin, which I'll show you how to work with. But they also have the free version, which I have already gone ahead to install. And I have also activated the plugin. Now, when you do the same, down here, you will see the notification bars. Just go to add new, and let's add the new notification. So let's imagine it is the best time of the year, Christmas. I love Christmas. So Christmas sale, let's just use that as the title of a notification bar. So on the general, you can choose the hide or close button, toggle button, or close button. I'm going to go with the toggle so they can open and close. The content width is 960, but the CSS position is set to fixed, so this doesn't really matter, and I'll recommend that you just keep these as they are. Now for the content itself, you can go with either a link or a button. I'm going to go with button. And then in here, you've got the text, which I'm going to go ahead and, wrong pasting. The text is going to be Christmas sale, and I'll say 75% off all products. Okay, and then the button text now is going to be shop now. So I'm gonna say shop now, and then the URL, I'll just come in here and simply add the / and then shop. Okay, now over here you've got custom. You can add custom shortcodes, but these are not really, I've never actually worked with these before, to be honest with you, but hey, you do have that option. Anyway, let's go over to style. So in here, you've got the background color, the text color, the link color as well. You could change this to something else, but I'll just leave that as it is. The font size, let's go with 18 pixels. And then finally, you've got the conditions. Do you want to display them on specific locations? Yes, I'm going to go with the home page. And then you could also choose to not show customers who come from Google, or you can show the bar if the customer has arrived from Google, or you can choose to not show the bar if they came from Google, so hide it. And then the same thing applies to Facebook as well. Gosh, I got a bit confused over there. All right. Let's go ahead and hit publish, and let me show you how this is going to look like. You do have the preview bar right there, but let's just go over to the front end, and there you go. So right now, when a customer gets to the homepage of your site, they will see this notice that, oh my gosh, it's 75% off all products, shop now. Let's go to the shopping page and let us start shopping. That's the whole idea behind creating the notification bar. Now, with the paid version of the plugin, you have access to so much more awesome features, and I have already activated the premium version. So let me show you what you can do with it. Down here right now, you will see we now have access to settings. So on my settings page, you can now choose to support specific post types like your products, for example. So you can now choose to display the notification specifically on product pages. That would be awesome. You also have the import export options where you can choose to export your already created notification bars to other websites, basically. So for the actual design of your notification bars, you now have access to so much more features. Let me quickly show you what you can do. So on the general, for example, you now have access to choosing icons for your buttons or your links. You can choose the initial state to be opened or closed if you prefer, but I think opened would make a lot more sense. You can also add animations as well for your bars, which would be pretty awesome. And you can also add the animation for the content as well that's available. And now for the content itself, over here, you can choose to open up the link in a new tab once they've clicked on the link or the button. And then over here, on the left, you can choose the different types of content you actually want to use as your notification. As an example, you've got newsletter. So you could create a notification bar that would appear urging your customers or encouraging your customers to sign up to your newsletter. So you choose newsletter, you can add a text in here saying sign up for our newsletter and receive exclusive deals, something like that. And then you can simply choose the service that you're going to go with and then add the necessary information and you are done. Pretty awesome. You now also have the pop-up video where you can use videos as your notification bars instead, which would be, again, incredible. You've got the sliding option where you now have like a slide that would slide in. And then of course you've got the countdown timer, which in fact I am going to use. So let's now say, let's use this one. Okay, I'm going to say, basically paste the exact same thing again. So I will say Christmas sale, all right, and then I will say 75% off all products. So the countdown right now would be from, let's say, the 3rd of April until, let me just choose, not 3rd of April, I'm sorry, till the 5th of April rather. And the time here would be, let's go with till 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. Done. All right. Now I know it's odd having a Christmas sale during April, but these are strange times that we live in. Whatever. We have got the call to action button, which will be shop now, and then the URL will basically be shop. So basically, we're recreating the text and link button with the countdown timer content. So what I'm going to do is in here, I'm going to simply remove this because we no longer are going to use this one. We're going to use the countdown timer instead. Let's go ahead and update. And let's see how this new improved notification bar would look like. And check that out. Christmas sale, 75% of all products. And you can see the countdown timer counting down. And you've got the shop now button there as well. Pretty dope, right? Pretty awesome. You even have the enable split test where you can test out 2 different types of notifications. That's a bit more advanced, and maybe at some other point in time I will create a separate video on that one. Style, as usual, you have access to more styling options. You can add font weights, line heights, align your text, and then conditions. Oh boy, you have a lot more options. You can now choose to show not only on the homepage or pages or posts, but also on your products pages as well, which I will go ahead and choose that one for specific products. So for example, if you wanted to display a particular promotion for one product, you can create a promotion and come down here and choose that product by the product's ID. Simply type in the ID right here, and that bar will only show for that specific product. Incredible. And that's it. Over here, you've got do you want to show the bar if the visitor is logged in, if the visitor is not logged in, maybe only on mobile devices and so on. You also have the show from one specific time to another. So many more options. So much more powerful than the free version, of course, and that's basically it. So if you're interested, I would highly recommend you check out the paid version of this plugin. For 3 sites, it's only $29. It's not that expensive. Actually, for one site, you can get it for $19. So it's really not that expensive at all, and I highly encourage you to check it out. And if you're serious about building a really cool, awesome store, do get the paid version of the plugin. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let's take a look at an awesome functionality you can provide to your customers, and that's going to be their ability to track their orders. And this is a fantastic feature which I believe you should provide your customers in your store. So the plugin we're going to be working with is the Yeeth WooCommerce Order Tracking. There's a free version and there's a paid version. Let's work with the free version first of all. And right now, if I go over to my site, I have activated the plugin, and you will see it over here where we have Yeeth. You can see I've got the order tracking. So with the free version, you have access to very basic settings. In here, I have set my default carrier name to be DHL. This provides you with only one option. I guess you would go with the carrier that you use the most for shipping your product. So it can be DHL, American Express, Alibaba, wherever you live, whatever carriers are available over there. So I used DHL, and this is the default text that your customers would see on their orders page. I'll show you that in just a second. And then you've got the position, where would you like to display the tracking code, the information. Show on top is the default. I'll leave that as it is. So not much to play around with over here. But what I'm going to do right now is I am going to go ahead and simulate what would happen with the customer and you as the store owner. All right. Right now, I have just made an order for the copper bracelet. That's Dick Jones. So let me go back right now and act as the store owner. I'm going to go over to WooCommerce and then orders. Okay. So let me just open this. So you can see right now from Dick Jones 3 minutes ago. Okay. I'm going to go ahead now and take a look. So from here right now, you can see I now have access to the order tracking section. So I can come in here right now and add a code, which I came up with for 56789 police. That's a very, very interesting code. The carrier name in this case would be DHL. But the thing is, if you use a different carrier for a particular product, you can always come in here and change that name. So it's not like you have to stick with one carrier the entire time. The DHL will just be the default. So that's how this works. So pickup dates, let me say they will pick this up. Let's say they're going to pick this up on Sunday. Okay. 25th. I'm sorry, 5th of April, 2020. And I'll just go ahead now and complete this transaction. Let's go ahead now and update. And there you go. All right, so I've provided the tracking code and I've told Mr. Dick Jones that Sunday, 5th of April is when the product will be picked up. So let's go back to Mr. Dick Jones and let's refresh this page. We're not going to see anything over here yet, but if Mr. Jones goes to his My Account page and then he goes over to the orders page, and then he takes a look at the order he just made for the bracelet, which was 3rd of April. He can click on view. Now from here, all he sees is that, okay, the order has been placed and it's currently completed. All right, that's all he sees. Nothing yet about the shipping. But if I go back to the site and now over here, I say order has now been picked up and I go ahead now and update. Guess what's going to happen now? If Mr. Jones goes back to his My Account page to the order details for the bracelet, let's refresh this page. Now you can see that the information is now over here and it now says your order has been picked up by DHL. This is the tracking code. So now Mr. Jones can now begin to track with DHL the status of the product that he bought from us. So that's how the free version of this plugin works. With the free version of this plugin, you're naturally going to have access to a lot more features. So in here, I have already installed and activated the premium version. So the major differences is that unlike the free version where you can just choose one single carrier, over here you will have the carriers tab and you can choose from all the carriers in the entire world. Choose which ones you work with. I have chosen AliExpress, I chose DHL, and I chose FedEx. So with that being selected, if I go over to the general tab, right here now I can choose the default carrier. In this case, I'm still going to stick with DHL, but then you now have a lot more options. Okay, you can choose to automatically set the order status to completed once a order has been picked up. So I can say, okay, let's do that one. And then of course, just like with the free version, you can edit the message on the orders page. And then in here, you can also choose to have the tracking info in the order list. Really, really important. I'll show you how this would look like. And then you can also change the emails that will be sent once the order has been picked up. This is not available with the free version, but with the paid version, your customers will be notified via email once the order has been picked up. Very, very, very important. So let me go ahead and just show you how this would now look like from the perspective of the customer. So the major difference here now is that Dick Jones will be able to now see the live track your order link. And if they click on the link right there, it will take them straight to the carrier and the page where they can track their order. Of course, there is an error here because the 4567889 police tracking code is not a real tracking code. So that's what you get basically with the paid version of the plugin. And as of now, it is available for 60 euros. So if you're interested, I'll definitely recommend that you check out the paid version of the plugin. I will see you in the next class. Alrighty, before we round up this section on enhancing the functionality of our WooCommerce store, I wanted to spend a few minutes to walk you through some of the premium extensions that you can get with OceanWP. Now, you can either decide to buy any of these add-ons separately, or you can go with the bundle, and then you get all of these extensions. The bundle is $31 for one particular site. So what I want to do right now is to walk you through 3 of these extensions and show you what you can do with them. And the first one here is going to be the OceanWP pop-up add-on. It's the one down here. I have already installed and I have activated the plugin. And to customize the way it works, I'm going to go over to the customize page, and then down here you can see I now have the Woo pop-up. What exactly does this add-on do? I'm going to show you in just a second. If I click in here, right now, what's going to happen is that whenever anyone adds a product to their cart, this pop-up is going to appear, providing them with some information. So right now, as it is, the default design is this. If I click on show right here, this is exactly how it works. So once a customer adds a product to their cart, this will appear saying, okay, 2 items are in your cart, the amount, and then you can either continue shopping or go to cart. The idea here is that psychologically, this can help boost sales. It adds some animation, it adds some activity to your site, it makes your site more engaging. So over here, you can customize the information that will be displayed. Down here, you have the title text, and then you have the content. So to really make this exciting, you can say something like, let's say, booyah, you have added an item, something like that. Make it exciting, make it fun. And then of course in here for the content, you can customize that. Down in here, you can customize the text for the go to cart or continue shopping. And of course you have access to change the styling. You can make it wider, the height, border radius. You have access to change the coloring scheme as well. So all that is available for you with the Woo pop-up add-on. Let me just demonstrate this live. So the changes have been published. Let me close this. And now let me go over to the front end. So let's say, for example, I'm going to add the Bauchi bag. So right here, add to cart, and there you go. Now you can see the pop-up in action. So that's exactly how the pop-up add-on works. The next add-on is going to be the Ocean Cookie Notice add-on, where you can inform your customers that you use cookies on your site. So this is very, very important in order for you to comply with the GDPR laws. So I have already activated the add-on, and by default, now you can see I do have this message popping up at the bottom saying, by continuing to use this website, you consent to the use of cookies. So to customize this, down here where you have customize, you will see cookie notice just above the Woo pop-up. So over here, this is where, of course, you can customize the text or the content that will be displayed to your customers. You do have the close target. You can use either a button or a close icon. And then you have the button text accept, or you can say this, you can say something like continue. You've got the style, it can fly in, or it can become a floating bar. And then the cookie expiry, 1 month, you could change that, but 1 month is kind of ideal. If you need to add scripts, you have those in here, but you can head to the body, to the head as well. And then over here, reloading, I will strongly suggest you keep this on no. You don't want to constantly display this message. If the user has seen it once and they've accepted, fine. There is no need to display the message all over again if they reloaded the page. And then, of course, finally, you have the customization options, the styling. You can change the width of it, change the text color, the background color, and so on and so forth. So a very, very, very important, a very useful add-on to protect your website and ensure that you're compliant with the GDPR laws. The final add-on I'm going to talk about would be the Ocean Instagram add-on, and this could be quite useful for your store. You want to get on Instagram and, of course, advertise your products. And a good way to hook your Instagram account to your website would be to use these add-ons. So I have already installed, I have activated the add-on. And now down here, you will see Instagram. The first thing you want to do is go over to settings. And you're going to need to add the access token. They do have a link right here that you can click on, and this will show you how you can get your access token from Instagram. It's not difficult, don't worry. But I do have my access token right here. So with the token active, I can come down now to short codes, and I can create one. So I'm going to click on add new to create my short code. And now over here, I can just say for the title, Instagram feed would be the title of the short code. I've got the style in here, default widget. I'm going to stick with default. Number of images, I'm going to go with 9 images and let's say 3 columns, all right? So number of likes, I will not display them. I will not display the comments or the caption either. For the user information, display avatar on, username on, follow button, yes. Display post and followers, yes. Biography, no. For the styling, again, you can add some styling. Let's add 3 pixels of space between the images. Border radius, we can go, let's say go with 10. Overlay, opacity, text, I'm not going to change any of that. And then for the tablet device, you can also customize this for responsiveness. I'm going to go ahead now and publish this feed. And I'm going to grab this shortcode because we want to display it. And a good place to display the Instagram feed, you could either have like a separate page for that, or you can simply display that on your home page. But how would you actually display the field? Well, let's do this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit the edit page. And what we're going to do is we're going to make use of a new block, which we haven't worked with yet. Let me come down in here. First of all, add the row, 1 column. And then I'm going to add the short code. It's under widgets. So I'm going to add short code right there. I'm going to add the code. And voila. Let's go ahead and make some changes as usual to the row. We're going to remove, or rather, we're going to reduce the padding. Let's go with 25 pixels, 25 pixels in here as well. And let's look for a decent place to display the Instagram feed. I think we can do that just after the newest arrivals. Okay, let's just go ahead and update that and let's see what we have. Let's view the page. All right, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and accept this. Let's come down here. And there you go. So, well, as you can see right now, I don't have an Instagram feed for my WooCommerce store because I don't own a WooCommerce store, but I do have an actual account. It's called Travels of Alexander. So, shameless plug. If you're interested in my travels around the world and, I travel quite a lot, you can follow me. I would appreciate it. But basically, this is how it works. You can now see the Instagram feed on the home page. So, this is a great addition that you can have with the OceanWP extension. So again, you can choose to either purchase any of these add-ons separately, or you can just get the bundle. Getting the bundle is way cheaper, and I would recommend that. But in addition to these 3 I've just talked about, you have so much more add-ons. Full screen, footer callout, you got hooks. You can set your footers to be sticky, your header to be sticky as well, add white labels, and so much more. So think about it. And thank you for watching, and of course I will see you in the next class. Alright, so we've practically come to the end of this tutorial, but before I round up, I just wanted to give you a few tips. When it comes to managing your WooCommerce store, you also want to try to apply some WooCommerce SEO as well. So this would involve you mostly optimizing your products, as well as ensuring that the speed of your website is very, very fast. You want to make sure that your site loads as quickly as possible. So look for ways to optimize your images and your content. And when it comes to further enhancing the functionality of your store, if you go to WooCommerce.com and then you go to the extension store and you click on all, Right here, you can filter categories and get access to all the free extensions that they have. You might find one or two that you would find useful, although do keep in mind that not all these free extensions are actually that fantastic. So don't be too eager to install them. Do your research first and figure out exactly which of these you actually need on your store. And the truth is, if you're building a real store where you're selling like real products and making real money, eventually you will have to spend money to really get the best plugins and really transform your store to becoming a true world-class store. So that's one thing to keep in mind. So do put some money aside to invest in some very good quality plugins to enhance the functionality of your store. And that is pretty much it. Thank you for watching, and good luck in your store. Woo! Well, there you have it. We've come to the end of this mega tutorial on WooCommerce, and from the bottom of my heart, I hope you found this tutorial useful. Now, before I go, I wanted to inform you that I do have a WordPress e-commerce course available on the webmonkeyacademy.com, my platform, and it's also on Udemy. Now, the thing is, in this course, I do cover everything I've covered here on YouTube, but I go much further in that I talk about extended functionalities like creating wish lists, gift cards, and so much more. Plus, I talk about WooCommerce security, WooCommerce SEO, very important topics. All that is covered in my official WooCommerce e-commerce course. So you can get it on webmonkeyacademy.com. As a special promotion, I will offer the course for just $9.99 for the first 50 students who sign up on the webmonkeyacademy.com. I'll have the link in the description box below. On Udemy, I cannot offer the same deal because the coupons on Udemy expire after 5 days, so it doesn't make any sense for me to do so. But one thing I will mention though is that if you buy my course, you will be invited to join my private Facebook group where you can get access to me 24/7, and of course I will always answer your questions. And speaking of Facebook, I do have a Facebook page. It's called The Web Monkey Online. Be sure to follow me there. And finally, just as a gentle reminder, I am an affiliate for many of the plugins and the OceanWP theme which we used in this tutorial. So if you want to support me and you want to buy those plugins or the theme, please use my affiliate links in the description box below. You can also send me a donation if you wish to. My PayPal email is onyalex14@gmail.com. Just to say thank you. You can send me a tip and I would really appreciate it. So once again, thank you so much. I hope you found this tutorial useful. If you did, be sure to give the video a thumbs up, like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell so that you're notified whenever I upload a new tutorial, and of course share this video with anyone whom you feel might benefit from it. My name is Alex once again. Stay safe wherever you are, and I'll talk to you again soon. Bye bye.